Okay, so hi everybody. Let me just get to the live chat. Hey there. Hi Ari, Kubi, GB. Hey there. Tracy Klaus. Hi. Sean Sneed, Melanie, Muppets and Manilow, Rena, Liza Ward, Ari, Carol Clark, Sean Sneed, Adriana, Elise K. Thanks, Tracy Klaus, for saying hit the likes on the way in. Flower Girl Phillips, Carolyn Fraser, Julie W. How are you? Thing One, Betsy. Hi, Betsy. Carolyn and Ramblers. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Is it? How's everything going? Betsy. Tracy, I got you. Kubi, Raina, hi. York Hill, West Virginia. How are you? Paisley Dreams. Hope you're doing well. Vanessa, Kathy, Nanake, just stopping in to say hi. You have to get up early. Oh, okay. You have to. Oh, have a great day and a great night. Shelly, Samantha, hi. Nona May, hello there. Okay. Here's a couple of things. And I'm going to take a vote. A few more people get in here so we can take a good vote on something. I have been teaching full time and it's been very stressful. Oh, sorry about that, Betsy. Hi, Nora. Hi, Nana Patty. Okay, so I did put up a true crime story and people seem to like that. I'm going to see if I can do that. I'm not going to promise every single day, but I'd like to do it at least a few times a week. Maybe it'll be every day. I don't know. But, we'll see. But people seem to like that. You guys seem to like that. Now, do you want us to continue with the Scott Peterson reenactment, being that we're getting closer to that happening? Not the reenactment, but the trial. Oh, thank you, Betsy. Miss seeing you too. Hi, Kathy Martinez. GB, Carolyn, any news on when live trials are coming back? Yeah, right? Not yet, GB. I hope they're going to be starting up there are some things, pre-trial hearings and things for March set up for things, but okay, so Tracy is saying yes to the trial reenactment. Vanessa is saying no. Maggie is saying yes. Stacy's saying no. Carolyn is saying yes. Flower Girl Phillips is saying yes. Okay, I think the best thing to do is not every night. We don't have to do the trial every night, but maybe doing the trial a couple of nights a week or so. It's going to get juicy. We're getting into the juicy part of it. Now, Potter's not here to tell us where we were. And I have been keeping up with your updates, so very happy. Oh, you're talking Nana Patty, yeah. Seven Heron saying no. Who's innocent? What do you mean, who's innocent? Hi, whisper to me. The trial reenactment of Scott Peterson. Where's Potter? Potter, where are you? Potter's supposed to be keeping charge of this. Potter's the You know where we are, Nana Patty? Wow. Oh, that's great. Okay, let me put the number in there. And we'll talk a little bit after it. I mean, it won't be, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. Participants. What am I looking for? Invite. You can come and take a part in it, you know? Okay. He's guilty, just not enough to convict him. Okay, Alma. So, but Alma, did you sit through the whole? You couldn't have sat through the whole trial because none of us did, because it wasn't televised. So you might hear something and hear one way or another. Only if you do that famous lawyer. I will do it. Salty, of course. Garagos, you mean? Yeah, I will do it. Hi, Dee. All right, let me get the number in Slack. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to pull up my Scott Peterson. Why does it want me to download this? I didn't have to download this before. Here we go. Prosecution, witness testimony. Okay, so really quick, let me see if I can find out where we were. I know we had Bercini, Eric Olson, a former Trade Corp employee, played the adultery card again. Okay. Ronald Welsh, Alan Bercini. I think, were we on Alan Bercini? Ronald Welsh, criminalist. Where's our people? We need people. I put the thing in Slack. We need people for parts. Hi Danielle, say hello Sam. Missed you last couple. I haven't seen you in a couple of days. How's everything going? Hi Vintage Gal, how are you? Hi Jessica Salas. Okay, I was getting the number in there. Hi Dee Dee Roberts. Hi Kevin Leonard. Treasure Cassidy. Oh, here comes our. Hi Mercy May. Not innocent. You finished in that, but you were. Okay, so.
Hi.
Oops, and here's Nana Patty. Hello. Nana Patty says she knows where we were.
Okay.
That's what she said. Do you know where we were, Nana Patty?
Yeah, let me find it real quick.
Okay, thanks.
And I don't have the email anymore of the transcript. Slack took it out.
Oh, you need me to email it to you?
Yeah, back in Slack again.
All right. I put in idiot.
Everybody.
Oh,
Hi,
hi.
Stu.
I haven't seen you put in 806. Where you been? Hi, Gail B. Hi, Cece Love. Okay, so it is.
Hi, Adriana 5, Sean Sneed, CC Rob, Daniel C, Kevin Leonard, Tracy Cloth, Alma. Oh, Alma.
What happened?
She was so confused about that popping sound, last night that I said. Something in the garage, can of water probably popped open that I didn't want.
Mm-hmm.
It did. And so I put the picture in Slack because she wasn't believing it, and she saw it and she's like, yeah, right. People, you don't have snow in a can. It's ice. Am I going bowling again? What is, oh, okay.
Oh, okay, what I found was Harris was talking, the judge, and Garagos.
Mm-hmm.
Harris was saying we need to have them back in our binders. The judge is saying you are agreeable to that. Harris says yes. And the judge says substitute a copy, and then they played a tape. It says there's a tape played. And Garagos says, now what happened there was you had earlier in this interview somewhere around, I think it was page 12 or 13, somewhere in there you had listened to that tape, right? They're talking about a tape.
Is this still Broccini?
And that's Garagos, Broccini, the judge,
All right.
Harris. They're all talking.
Okay. All right. Let me see.
I got to try to get over there to that page. Hi, everybody that said hi to me. Now I can't see the chat, though, so. Got to find our page. Actually, that website or whatever it is.
I put it in the Slack.
The appeal project, right?
I put it in Slack.
Yeah.
You
I
see
know
it?
I never went through Slack on it.
Okay. I just put it in again now.
I know, but I have it.
Okay. All right.
Found it.
Okay.
I'm going to go to live testimony. I feel like this is
Luke,
changed.
the dogs. Okay. So we went past the Martha Stewart thing.
I'm getting it out of Slack. Where is it? In the general?
No, in the mod. I think it's in the mod. Is it in the mod? Maybe I emailed it to you.
I see it. I see it.
I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
Okay, who are we on?
We're on Bracini.
Okay.
If you click on
Remember.
If you click on the link where you go to next.
Yeah.
Prosecution witness.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get down to where he is. Alan Brocini,
yeah,
number
we got
48.
past the Martha Stewart Old and Meringue, right? Venice, yeah, I remember that. Mr. Despasso. A few other matters we had to deal with before the cross-examination. Okay. So we're not at the cross-examination yet. So we're
No.
Okay.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, who's that? Hi, Debbie.
Nana Patty.
Hi, Nana Patty.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hi.
Okay, let's see.
We just had brownies.
Come on.
Yeah.
My
This thing's gonna open. This is not gonna open.
internet isn't getting a connection right at the moment
Oh boy.
on the phone. I'm right there and it's trying to get it and it says Chrome isn't responding.
Where's
And when it does this, it'll eventually start back. But, come on.
Kevin? Your
See, look.
stories don't have the right
Oh, I can't
equipment.
help it. Look. See, look.
Okay. Chrome isn't
No.
responding.
Huh? I know.
You should go borrow Lexi's Chromebook.
Oh. Hey, Lex. Would I be allowed to use your Chromebook? I mean, it would just be looking up a testimony to read here during the chat from the Scott Peterson trial. Mine, huh? Okay.
Did she say you could?
She said, yeah.
Oh.
Can you start it and everything?
She just she just has to get to a website, which is you have the website, right, Scooter, there that she can see to put it in?
Yeah. See, it's doing it again.
All right. See if it works any better on the other device.
It's doing this. Chrome isn't responding. Okay, I'll show you the website though. Let's see. The whole phone isn't responding. It's temperamental like this.
Can't believe it.
Okay, it's this right here. This is the website we need to get to.
Nana Patty, where did you say we were? I'm trying to look here.
She's getting it pulled up.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to ask Nana Patty where we were here because she said there's a break or there's something about a tape playing.
Yeah. Let me pull that up again. It says Harris. Hold on.
Harris.
Come on.
Because I have had Distasso. So you've got Harris?
Yeah, the Harris is the first one.
Oh,
on the
boy,
list.
we haven't even gotten
On
to
the list speaking, it says we need to have, past Friday. We need to have them back in our binders. And the judge says, you are agreeable to that? And Harris says, yes. Judge says, all right. Garrigo says, okay. The judge says, substitute a copy. And then in parentheses, it says tape played. And Garrigo says, whoops.
Oh, wait a minute. I think
And then
I
I
know.
asked you, I believe yesterday, about that touch 9. Do you remember that? Rossini says yes. Garrigo says, and that's how to save a phone message? So that you were asking how to save it, correct? Rossini says yes. So when you listen to the message and then said 9, whether at least Scott was listened to save 9. And is that a fair statement when you go back and look at this tape on that? We have got there is a timestamp up on this. Isn't that correct? And Rossini says yes. So they're talking about a recording on a phone.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Wow, she's good.
She got it for you?
They're not washed.
She got it.
Uh-huh.
She got it for you.
They're not washed.
She just got it on that website, so.
Oh, so you
Wow,
guys,
this
so you can
is cool, Lex.
can you
Good
read
job, girl.
can you read it better now?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, okay, because you should see how she was
haven't
reading
clicked
before.
on Yet.
She was reading on her phone, and it was ridiculous.
Here we go to prosecution. Huh? Oh, great. I haven't used a mouse in forever. Now, where do I click at?
You just click.
Oh,
Oh.
gosh, this is computer lessons for seniors. Welcome to computer lessons for seniors. Everybody, grab your mouse, keep it on the
Oh,
table.
this is gonna be great. Now I don't even know how to scroll on here.
Oh my goodness. There's our instructor. Her name is Lexi. She's helping this senior right here get her way around this Chromebook.
Boy, this is a nice Chromebook here. Okay, now, what,
Yeah, you just use 2 fingers to scroll down.
Oh my
and
God.
down.
just anywhere on here?
Yeah.
2 fingers?
Yep.
Oh, that's neat.
Congratulations, you did it.
Oh, wow. She gets a certificate at the end of the class. You figured
Okay, I'm
out?
gonna go down to number 48, prosecution number 48. Witness number 20.
Your dog. None of Patty's dog. Okay. Oh my
Now
God.
wait, let me click on it myself so I know what I'm
Okay.
doing. Right there? Okay, so you can't click on the screen.
No.
Okay, number 48.
Hi, Sharon
Hey.
Martin. Hi,
Just-
Mama
Oh,
Ames.
did I, right?
Augie.
Doesn't matter, right? Which side?
I know, I'm just saying to everybody.
Huh?
What do you mean you can't hear me?
I thought you were saying hi to people.
I am.
They can't hear you?
Yeah.
They can hear me.
I just don't know how to. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hi, Lavender Flower.
This is nice, Ed.
I guess.
I might have to get one. How far down are we at?
Muka, Pixie Dust.
I think it's around Thursday, the 24th of June.
Under Brocini?
Yeah. Because they're talking about, on the 24th of June, they're talking about subpoena
Oh.
tape from Peter Shaplin.
but I don't see
Juror-
Harris in here.
People, okay, it says, when you saw them on the 24th, they were in the back of the truck.
We passed that part, but I
I
don't.
thought we did too, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see where you see Harris, Nana Patty.
Potter had it for us where we were.
Yeah, is Potter here? No.
Wait, I have it, I remember, it's in my messages from her, if it'll let me get to them on my phone. Because she gave that to me quite a ways back. And this all happened when we were doing this.
I don't see, because I'm on this testimony of Brocini. I don't see Harris. I've scrolled down. I don't see Harris at all.
Like November or something. Not there anymore. The messages disappear in Slack after a while, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, because that it shows on my phone. The last time was November 20th. We were reading, and this is those are all gone from Potter. Not until it starts back at January.
Well, I know on Wednesday, July the 7th, there's Judge Harris and Judge Harris talking, and Peterson, and they're talking about the correct spelling of Connor.
Oh,
Does that ring a bell?
I know, stop.
you're on the 24th though, right?
I'm looking at July the 7th.
Oh, I thought we were on the 24th with Percini, no?
Yeah, that's what I thought. But there's no testimony right there of Harris.
Yeah, right. Okay, so hold on. Go back and go to in chambers meetings, okay. Okay, so you're on the 29th?
I'm just scrolling down. On on June the 24th, it talks about the subpoenaed tape from Peter Chaplin. And I know that they're talking about a tape at the part where I have it. Took a screenshot. I took a screenshot where they're talking about a tape, but this isn't the exact.
Oh, but what didn't we have an in chambers? Okay, no, that's that. Okay, that's done. In chambers.
Yeah, there was an in chambers. There was. I'm not seeing anything about that. I feel like I'm a real. Okay, on June 23rd. We're past that, though. You're saying, right?
I don't know. I can't on Potter.
I feel like I'm a real computer person right now.
Okay.
Ever since I've had a laptop.
Okay, so we got Garagos when he tried to make a move for the mistrial.
I like how this.
Juror number 5 was dismissed.
Yeah.
Juror number 5.
June 24th.
But if you go on very far, you're into more different people's testimony.
How far down did you go, Nana Patty?
Well, if you go all the way down to July the 6th, they're talking about the in-chambers meeting to discuss Broshini's testimony, and it's sealed.
All right.
And I'm thinking that we did that in-chambers meeting to discuss Broshini's testimony, and they sealed it. And then it starts talking about finding Connor's body.
So if you weren't allowed to be on here, you're saying it would have been locked.
Yeah.
That's not what I saw.
Now, is this actually called a laptop or a Chromebook?
Chromebook. We'll call both.
I'm thinking about going to get one. Last one we had was terrible. Grandpa picked up.
There's some nice new Chromebooks that they came out with.
Do they?
Yeah.
I'm sure they do. I don't want anything super expensive. That's the end of it.
I'm not matching it up with what I have.
All it goes down to is the second redirect. Examination by Rick DiStasio. Under Brokini, number witness 48. Am I on the wrong thing? Carolyn, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Well, I mean, there's no sound for you. The box is lit up, but you had no sound. Nothing. Nana Patty?
I'm
Oh.
here, but I don't hear Carolyn.
Yeah, I want to make sure that you had sound too. Yeah, no sound. Hi, Robity Bob. I don't know what I'm looking for on here.
I don't either.
Nana Patty, I went all the way down to the end of the testimony.
Yeah, I'm looking too.
I see recross examination by Mark Garagos. I'm scrolling back up. We've already done this, I remember. Yep, no sound. It's like a weird sound coming from her. Unless that's from you, Nana Patty. Like a clicking or something.
It's not me. Let me mute.
What's that right there? Hey, now
Okay,
it's
there
moving.
you are.
Hello, hello,
There
hello.
it is. It's too high though, I
Yeah,
believe.
we hear you.
Turn it down. Turn
Okay,
it
but
down.
what was it, Jimmy?
Turn it down. I
All
don't
right.
know. It's too high, I see.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello? Do I need to go
Hello,
higher?
hello.
Does it need to be louder or lower?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Talk.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? I guess okay.
Hello?
I don't know.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look at it. It's not going. I don't think it's going this far, Jimmy.
You're
Hello?
turning it out a little bit.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. You sure it's loud enough? Is it loud enough?
Keep talking. Say something else.
Hello, Scooter. Is it loud enough?
Like that it is. Were you talking loud though?
Hello? Can you hear me then?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi?
Hi.
Hello? Okay.
We're so strange, aren't we? Lex?
Oh my gosh. All right. Where's Potter? I can't believe we depended on Potter. And Potter's always here, and now Potter deserted us when we need Potter the most.
We're on the next person, I'm pretty sure. Because this all looks familiar. I'm down at the bottom.
Potter, you let us down.
Tell me the date you're on, Scooter.
The very last date
Hi, Slam RN.
on June 28th, I
Hi,
think.
Mimi.
Hey, man.
I know. Yeah, because they talk about then you need what if you want to start it up in your driveway, then you need the adapter or a garbage can or something with water in it to run water through it.
Okay.
So on Monday, June the 28th, I'm showing that they had an in-chambers meeting. Prosecutorial reprimand.
Right, that's when they got rid of is that when they got rid of juror number 5?
We've already.
I know it was about a gag order.
No, I'm. Yeah, that's a weird sound coming from Nana Patty.
That's my silly dog.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I can tell now.
Uh-huh. That's her.
Okay. I know we didn't go through. DeStasso brought up the tip that Scott told a friend 9 years ago how he would dispose of a body.
No.
We did not go through that.
No, I don't remember that.
I don't remember it
No.
either. So then the thing before that is, what is missing from Broccini's reports is documentation that he asked Scott if he had a girlfriend. I don't remember that either. So could it just be that we stopped at that in-chambers meeting?
I think that's where we stopped. That in-chambers meeting, juror number 5 dismissed.
Okay, let's just say we did that.
Let me find that then and we'll just go there.
It's Wednesday, the 23rd of June.
Gotta go way back up there now. 29th. Oh, wow. That's a ways. I'm on the 29th.
So there was a prosecutorial reprimand for a violation of the gag order on June 28th. Now I understand we have Captain Aja.
What date am I going to?
Who is that?
I thought it was Wednesday, the 23rd of June. But it may be something different. That's Mommy.
My mommy's not here.
I know.
Okay. I'm going to enforce it.
Well, ask Carolyn.
Okay. So I think this was just a reprimand because one of the press was taking pictures of stuff that he shouldn't have been taking pictures of, so they got a reprimand. And then I think we should just start with the prosecution witness right under that.
Well, what's the date though?
Well, it's actually the 28th, but it's under the, you have to hit testimony under the thing.
Okay.
Monday, the 28th of June.
Yes, but you have to go under the in chambers thing and hit that testimony.
Okay. Hold on, I'm
Advanced
trying
script.
to get there.
Yeah, when it says Alan Broccini, again, it's direct examination by Rick DeStasso. The DVD interview.
Oh, now I'm on June 24th, so I need to go right back down to June 28th, right?
Yeah.
Hey.
Wait a minute, but didn't we go through this? Because didn't we have everybody
That's what
watch
I'm saying.
the DVD? Yes, we did have them watch the DVD. We even watched the DVD of the interview. We said, go watch it.
Yes, told
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Next witness, right?
I think we
I'm
were in the,
pretty sure
but I think we were in the, let me see, how does this end?
Potter, where are you,
Oh,
woman?
Potter, you let us down.
Well, she did send it to us. She didn't know it was gonna be 3 months later.
You just start with witness number 49. The criminal list firearms.
9.
Huh?
Why don't we just go to number 49?
Okay, that's what she just said. Doesn't
What are
know.
you guys doing?
Could you give me a seltzer? Because I'm going to be
I
thirsty.
know.
We're doing the trial, the Scott Peterson trial, but we're trying to find our,
Are you doing it?
well, we're trying to find our space, our place. Potter's not here to tell us our place. Potter was the placekeeper.
Next time you should probably maybe mark your space.
Yeah, next time we should probably, we thought we had Potter doing it.
We need to get back to,
All right, so just go to
yeah.
Ronald Welsh, all right?
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, keep going down. Is this him?
Yeah.
Oh, 49. Okay, so you just put right there on the state's case. Okay, thank you. So sweet. Oh, wait, this isn't clicking.
You have to, yeah, for whatever reason, that's
So I just, oh, here.
yeah.
Okay, so I don't see this at all. Prosecute, mine's not opening. Why is that? Here it goes. Okay. All right, so you need a clerk, Judge Harris, Welsh, Garagos. Okay, this isn't that long, this one. You guys have it?
Yeah, do you data Patty?
I think I do.
Okay. What are you guys gonna do?
I'll do the judge.
And the clerk?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you change your voice to be the clerk?
I'll try to go deep.
Or you can try, the clerk is really high. You could do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deep, go high.
All right, this is June 29th, 2004. Direct examination by Dave Harris. Take it away. Clerk?
Clerk?
Oh, hold on. I already missed
Clerk?
that. Is this on Eric Olson?
No, Ronald Welsh.
Number 49.
I hope I'm in the right spot. It says Welsh examined the handgun.
No, it's just at the beginning of Ronald Welsh. Witness for the People, Guilt Phase, June 29th.
Okay, got it. Okay. Be seated. State and spell your name for the record. Is that it?
Yeah.
I'm Welsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ronald Welsh, W-E-L-S-H. I sound like a woman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Welsh, can you tell us your occupation?
I'm a criminalist with the California Department of Justice.
And can you explain to the jury what a criminalist is?
Well, basically, a criminalist is a scientist who specializes in examining evidence.
And do you have any particular, with the Department of Justice, any specialized area that you focus on?
I have a number of areas that I'm qualified to work in, but I focus on firearms examinations.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, training, or education in the area of firearms examination?
Sure. Well, first of all, to be a criminalist, you have to have a 4-year degree in the appropriate science. And I have a degree in biological sciences from the University of California at Davis. And while I was attending school, I began an internship with the California Criminalistic Institute. It's a Department of Justice lab that specializes in training and research. And while I was there, they found out that I had a background in firearms, and I started doing some, just helping out people around there. And towards the end of my college career, I started a paid research assistant position there where I was actually researching some statistical basis for firearms examination. And then after that, I was hired by the Department of Justice. I worked in various areas, and then I went back to the California Criminalistic Institute to take courses in firearms examination. I've had several of those, and I have been working in firearms since 1998.
Now, with this background involved, were you requested to do a firearms examination by the Modesto Police Department, and did you write a report based on that request?
Yes, I did.
But before we do that, do you want to do to Wallace Dyer, Mr. Garagos, or do you want to submit the matter?
I'll submit it.
All right. The court will find that the witness is an expert in the field of firearms identification based on his qualifications. Go ahead.
Mr. Welsh, what I'd like to do is I have some photographs marked, and while that occurs, I'd like to show you an exhibit.
Now, you want to mark those like 93-A through something, or do you want to mark them all separate?
All separate.
How many have you got there?
I think there's
3, 4? How many? 93, 1 through 4?
That'll be fine.
Okay, 93, 1 through 4.
Can I just have you take a moment to look at that and tell us if you recognize that?
That should be A, B, C, and D, not 1, 2, 3, 4. 93.
I'm sorry, Judge.
No, it should be 93, A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, and D?
And D.
Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained in people's number 71?
Yes, I recognize the packaging when it has my marks on it, and the pistol also has my initial and an item number that I put on it just to identify it.
Okay, let's back up through that. When you say the packaging has your marks on it, can you explain to us what that means? Okay, sorry. Can you explain to us what that means?
Well, one of the things you don't see on TV a lot, but when criminalists spend a lot of time keeping track of evidence and describing it and packaging it. So when we package an item after we're done examining it, at least in my laboratory, our procedure is to put that case number, date, initials on it across the tape seal. So when we see it again in court, we know it's the item that we have looked at.
And when you say you're describing it, you say that you recognize that on the packaging for number 71?
That's correct.
Can you show us where that's at?
Let's see here, right here. There's our case number, which was CV02-10941, and there's a date and my initials on it.
So you're describing number 71. You're holding it up. It's at the top of the document?
That's right.
But that would kind of be to the right side from the top?
It's kind of in the middle here. You can see there's a lot of different marks on it because it was marked when it came into our laboratory, and then it was marked by me as well.
All right, and then you indicated there's some type of marking on this particular firearm that you recognize.
That's correct.
And again, when you received, as part of your examination, you receive a firearm, do you start looking at it?
Yeah, the first thing we do is just make general observations about the gun. We have a worksheet that we fill out to make sure we don't forget anything. It has just basic information on the gun, make, model, serial number, things like that.
And did you document that stuff in your notes that you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
And after you're all done and you take those notes and you convert it into a report?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about what you found when you first started to look at that gun that's depicted in People's Number 71?
Well, the first thing I did was I made notes again. Like I said, I noted the make, the model, the serial number, and I looked for anything unusual about the gun. I looked for trace evidence, any blood or anything like that that might be on the gun. It's one of the first things I noticed was that the grips were missing, and I noticed that where there was a lot of adhering material, like fibers and dust and stuff like that, just seemed like it was dirty.
Now, as you go through the examination, do you photograph the items you go through?
Yes, sometimes I do. The photographs are for our notes. It's sort of things we use to have to sketch this sort of thing. It's sort of things we used to have to sketch this one. Now there's digital photography. It's easier to do that way. So I like to take a lot of digital photos of the evidence I look at. We still are required to make all these other observations in our notes in a narrative fashion, but it helps jog my memory when I have to go back and look at a case.
Now, what I'd like to do now, so briefly before we break, is speak with you about these photographs. Have you looked at them? It will be 93 A, B, C, and D. Have you look at these photos and see if you recognize those digital photographs?
Yes, I do.
And just starting with 93A, what does that depict in the photograph?
93A is a picture I took of the gun sitting on top of the packaging that it came in. So
that's the same packaging that you also showed and held up for the jury?
Let's see. Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, B?
The second photograph is a picture of a loaded magazine that was submitted with the pistol.
Now, when you say it was submitted with, were those two items packaged in the same package, or do they come in two separate packages?
They come in two separate packages. It's considered bad form to submit a loaded magazine with a gun into the crime lab.
Is that somewhat dangerous?
It could be, yes.
All right, looking at the next one, C?
C is another picture of the loaded magazine. This is a picture I took with the scale. It's a closer up picture.
Before I hold on, did you just say the picture? It's a closer up. Did you just say it's a closer up picture? Did you just say it's a closer up picture? I'm asking,
Yeah.
Okay. Before I start going into it, Judge, this will be a good time.
It will be a good time. All right. We'll take the noon recess now. We'll see you at 1:30. All right. This is the case of People versus Scott Peterson. Let the record show the defendant is present with counsel. The jury is in the jury box along with alternatives.
Okay, Mr. Welsh, before
Can I bother you for a second?
What?
Could I call back in on my phone? Because
Why?
that way I can have it up, because I can sit back better and stuff.
You're not going to read from the book?
But yes, I will. I'm going to keep the Chromebook on. I just want to call back in, but use my phone.
And not your tablet.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll call right back.
All right. Sorry for the interruption, folks. Okay, so let's see. Hi, Carol Clark.
And I can't see the chat, guys.
Well, my
so-
chat is flying, so it's not caught up yet. Hi, Jeanette. CC Love, Rubbity Bob. Hi, Muppets and Manilow. Hi, MC Camps. Debbie L, how are you? Wake up. Carol Boyce. Marianne. Hi, Jeanette. Hi, Amy's Justice League. Hope you're okay. Amy's Justice League. Hi, Stephanie D. Tamlin. See me. How are you? Slam RN. Let's see. Thank you, Kim. Yo, Kim D. Good luck on your interview. Where's Scooter? She's taking a long time to call back in.
Mm-hmm.
Larky, how are you? Let's see. Pixie Dust. Linda Uribe. Oh, I can't see. Crafty Peeps. Where's our Potter?
Anybody seen Potter?
Has anyone seen Potter? Where is Potter?
Got it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, Sassy Darcy. Hi, Kristen.
You there, Scooter?
I'm
Are you
here.
ready now?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, it took a long time.
I know.
You said you were
I
going to
had
be
get
right
this in
back.
the holder. I had to get it in the holder and everything.
Okay. Hi, Skipper.
There's Skipper. See?
Yeah, there's Skipper. Okay, we were looking for you, Skipper. Okay, so ready? REA, how are you
yes.
doing? Okay, let's go back then. Where are we? Okay, so you go into the packaging. See now, where were we?
We are at Mr. Harris saying, Mr. Wells, before we took the lunch break, you were starting to tell us about the examination, which you had on the firearm that's people's number 71. That's still up there in front of you.
Yes.
And then it goes back to Harris.
Okay, hang on, because I know I lost my space because
You're at put up.
no, I mean I can't even find my thing here. Hold on for a sec. We're on Harrison Welsh, right? Okay, and so we're somewhere with the judge.
Went down from the judge, then Harris, then Welsh, and then Harris. Harris again.
Okay, hang
Where it
on.
says put up here what's been marked.
Okay, all right. The case. Okay, got it. Mr. Welsh, before we took the lunch break, you were starting to tell us about the examination that you had on the firearm. That's people's number 71, and that's still up there in front of you. Welsh?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Put up here what's been marked as people's number 93A. And is this a photograph of that particular firearm?
Yes, it is.
And you were describing the markings as you can see in the photograph?
Which markings are those?
There is writing up on the top. There is writing directly beneath where that gun is at.
Those are some markings that are on the packaging. Those aren't my marks, though.
When it came to you, it was already marked from the Modesto Police Department?
The packaging?
Yes.
Yes.
And looking at the gun, you have already described to us basically that you recognize it. Can you describe for the jury what type of gun this is?
This is Llama is the brand. At least that's the name they use in the United States. It's a Llama pistol. It's not really marked with a model number, commonly called a small frame. They make a couple different calibers.
Sorry.
Can you spell llama?
Double Lama.
We have heard it described as a pistol or a handgun. Can you give us kind of a technical classification of this gun?
Well, the common vernacular nowadays when people refer to a pistol, they mean semi-automatic handgun. That wasn't always the case, but that was the common usage now. That's the way that I normally use it in court.
You mentioned in court. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes, I have.
And about how many times?
In firearms examinations, about 25 times.
So going through this, considering your expert opinion, your expertise, as the judge has already instructed the jury, what type of semi-automatic firearm is this? Is there a caliber?
I have to wait for a second. It's a .22 long rifle.
And what does that mean?
That's a type of cartridge. There's many cartridges, different calibers, different power levels, and they all have their own name. .22 long rifle is a name of a cartridge. And as this example shows, it's not only used in rifles, it's also used in many different types of firearms, including small semi-automatic pistols like this.
Would this go back through this a little bit? You're talking about being a small pistol or small frame semi-automatic. What does that term semi-automatic actually mean?
Semi-automatic means that the firearm uses the energy from the cartridge to not only force the bullet out of the barrel, but also it uses some of that energy to cycle the firearm, which means that it extracts a spent cartridge case and ejects it from the gun, and then loads a fresh cartridge, all using the power of the cartridge that was fired.
Now again, to make sure there's no misunderstanding here, you're talking about the term bullet and the term cartridge. Is that the same thing, or is that something different?
That is not the same thing, and it's very commonly confused. Even police officers, people that have a lot of experience and training with firearms, will sometimes confuse those two terms. The bullet is the actual projectile that comes out of the gun. A cartridge is composed of a cartridge case, gunpowder, primer, and a bullet. So these things are different and sometimes causes a lot of confusion in court when we testify.
So, when you are talking about a cartridge, all those components you just described, this is some type of striking mechanism that in the firearm that hits the primer, that ignites that, causes the powder inside the cartridge case to expand in kind of an extraordinary rate that pushes the bullet out.
Yes, the expanding gases from the burning gunpowder push the bullet out.
Okay, you are talking about how this works in terms of cycling there. What does that mean, cycling the firearm?
Well, in a pistol like this, there's a type of the pistol. There is a top part of the pistol that moves back and forth. The power of the cartridge forces the top of the gun, which is called the slide, it forces that backwards. That extracts and ejects the empty cartridge case. And then it also compresses a spring, and that spring returns the slide forward again, and it picks up a fresh cartridge from the magazine in the process.
You mentioned the term magazine. Let me put up on the screen 93B. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
Describe for us what that is.
that is a loaded magazine that I received as part of the case, of this case.
Now, it's written on there, it says clip. Is there a difference between a clip and a magazine?
That is another common term. Unfortunately, there is a lot of terminology involved in firearms, and clip and magazine are also commonly confused. A clip actually functions differently, but a magazine is a generic term that basically is any mechanism used by a firearm to hold extra cartridges in the firearm.
Okay, now when you're talking about the magazine in this case, you're not talking about the National Enquirer, correct? In this case, let me put up the next one, which is 93C, which is a larger photograph of the same magazine. Can you describe to us what's in that photograph? That's the same
That's
magazine.
the same magazine. This is on it's on a scale so you can get an idea of the size. It's more of a close-up so you can see the cartridges that are in the magazine.
Photographs you looked at earlier, and we're going through now, 93A through D. You took those photographs?
That's correct.
Do they accurately depict the items that are shown in the photographs?
Yes, they do.
And when you received this particular gun from the Modesto Police Department, you told us about receiving that. It's not kind of good form in the laboratory to have the magazine with the gun. Did you receive the photograph that I just showed in 93B, where it was written with the clip on the envelope and the magazine in a separate envelope?
That's correct.
And was the magazine loaded, or did it have ammunition in it?
Yes, it did.
How many cartridges were in that?
8.
Did you examine that magazine to determine how many cartridges it could actually hold?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
As part of my examination, at one time, I had the magazine unloaded. The cartridges that were in it, that were received in the laboratory, I removed those and I used dummy cartridges, inert cartridges that won't fire in the laboratory. I loaded the magazine. This magazine has a capacity of 8.
When you received it with 8 cartridges, that's the maximum for this particular magazine?
That's correct.
And the rounds that you received from the Modesto Police Department in that gun, as it was, there were no live rounds.
Yes.
And as you go through the process of examining this particular gun, tell us what you do.
Well, in this case, I examined the gun looking for any blood or any trace evidence that needed to be collected before the gun was fired. Trace evidence, that's a broad class of evidence. It includes hairs, fibers, blood, that's very small, glass, soil, all kinds of things. So as part of my examination, I try to see if there's anything that needs to be collected before I can continue with my examination, anything that's going to be destroyed in the process of that. So in this case, the gun had a lot of adhering little fibers and hairs, or what appeared to be hairs, and a lot of dust and things like that. But it wasn't something that was going to be lost in the process of test firing. I didn't see. So I did not collect that outside of the gun. But the examination, we do make sure the gun, if we're going to test fire a gun, we need to make sure it's going to be safe to fire it. As part of that examination, I always check inside the inside of the barrel of the gun. It's dangerous to fire a gun when it has an obstructed bore or something in the barrel. So I always check that. And in this case, I could see some debris in the barrel. probably nothing that would be dangerous if the gun was fired, but I wanted to collect that. Part of my physical examination is I run a cloth down the barrel of the gun just to observe how much, if any, gunpowder residue is in there. Any other trace evidence that might be readily apparent, just look down the barrel and do that as part of it.
Judge?
Do this by question and answer. That's a long answer.
Okay.
That's a long answer.
Now, Mr. Welsh, you're talking about some terms in there. I want to go back through that. You're talking about, what is this?
The
What is that?
bore is the inside of the barrel.
And you are saying, I think that the term was chamber that you are referring to?
The chamber is it's the part of the barrel where the cartridge goes into the gun, where it sits when it's fired.
Okay. With the gun in front of you right there, can you hold that up and kind of show what particular gun, what you were talking about?
With this particular gun, the way it's packaged right now, I can't really show the chamber. The chamber is actually being covered by the front portion of by this portion of the slide. And this is the barrel. And the inside of this is a hollow tube where the bullet goes down. And that's the gun inside. The inside of this tube is what I'm referring to as the bore.
Let me put up the previous photograph, 93A, and compare the actual gun to that. Can you see the gun as you have it right now? Is the slide more in the rear position than it is in that photograph? I'm sorry.
Yes, and
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Our witness
That's
is,
you.
is our witness confused?
don't you go now?
No, you say, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? You're lying. You're lying, Kevin. Your star here is failing. You say, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? Is your line?
Oh, that's my line. I thought.
Yes, that's my line. Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that question?
If you can hold up the gun again, is the slide in the handgun that you're holding right now, I believe that 71, is the slide in a more locked back position than is depicted in the photograph there, 93A?
Yes, and that picture in the picture that on the screen, that slide is farther forward because they retracted the slide, placed that piece of paper in, and let it close on that piece of paper.
Again, just so we're getting all of this on the same page, at the end of the slide there in the photograph, 93A, what is this somewhat angular object back there?
Do you want to step up there, use the pointer so he knows what you are talking about?
I can do that, or we can just use the laser pointer.
Use the laser. That's even better.
Okay, question. Do you understand what I'm asking you about?
You said the end of the slide, an angular portion. I'm assuming you mean the end of the slide, opposite end of the barrel on the muzzle. So you are referring to the hammer?
If you can hold up the gun for us at the very back of where your index finger is that the hammer for the gun?
This is the hammer.
And I don't want to testify for you, okay? But at the back of that end, but at the back end of that, that's up here, visible in this particular photograph, right there. Is that the hammer?
Yes.
And with this type of gun, is it a a single action or a double action?
This is a single action type of firearm.
What does that mean?
That means that the hammer has to be cocked and then the hammer is released by a pull of the trigger, as opposed to a double action firearm where if the hammer is down, you can pull the trigger and it will both cock and release the hammer.
If you go through this and you handle that gun, there's a cartridge in the chamber, to use your terminology. If you pull the trigger and it's not cocked, nothing happens. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have to cock the hammer and pull the trigger for it to click, for anything to happen.
That's correct. To get the cartridge in the chamber, you have to cock the hammer because of the way it's loaded. But you could lower the hammer after that, in which case, if you pulled its trigger, nothing is going to happen.
All right, now going through this again, in the photograph that's up there, you were describing earlier that the hand grips were missing. Where do the hand grips normally go on a gun like this?
Normally, a gun like this has wood or plastic grips that cover the frame open portion where your hand goes.
Let me put up another photograph, which is 93D. You were describing some of the debris that you found in this particular gun. Can you describe for us what's in that particular photograph?
Well, this is the chamber end of the barrel. That's where the cartridge goes into the barrel before it's fired. And I referred to that as a hair/fiber in my note because I could not discount that it was a hair like fiber. To me, it looks like a hair. It's a hair that's covering the chamber of the pistol.
Now, in terms, if you could hold up that actual firearm again, looking at it that way, when you put the magazine inside the butt of the gun and you close the slide and the bullet moves forward because of the slide mechanism, would the bullet be pushed into that opening that's depicted in that photograph up there?
Wait, never mind. I wish this had bigger typing. It's hurting my eyes.
You can make it bigger. You can make it bigger. Tell Lexi.
Yeah. She's right here.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
I haven't used a laptop in forever.
Back to computer skills for seniors
Oh,
class.
better. Yes, that's a lot better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lexi.
You're welcome.
Okay, so your line is yes.
Without you.
You're at yes.
It starts with yes?
Your line is, that's all your line is right now is yes.
Okay, yes.
And is that hair obstructing that particular opening?
This is a single action type of firearm.
No, you're on the wrong place. You're on yes, it is.
Oh.
Just yes, it is.
I'm looking.
It says, is that hair obstructing that particular opening?
Right, and then you say yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Were you also asked to, as part of the examination of this particular gun, to see if it worked?
Yes, I was.
Did you examine it to see if it was functional?
Yes. After the dry patch, thanks, Lexi, found it, and I explained. Then I checked to see if it was safe to fire. I test fired the gun.
Can you tell us how that process works?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, in this case, I took all of the cartridges that were in the magazine when it was submitted. I took those out and I first test fired it using 5 cartridges from our laboratory reference ammunition. And that way I tested the function of both the gun and the magazine, and it functioned normally.
Let me stop you there. Judge wants us to do the question and answer, so we'll go through it.
Sorry.
So you take the magazine from the second envelope that we already looked at, and you take the gun and you make it ready to fire. What's the process that you put the magazine into the gun?
You take a loaded magazine, it goes into the magazine well, which is the bottom of the grips of the gun, and then you pull the slide back and release it. When the slide goes forward, after you release it, it picks up a cartridge in the magazine and puts it in the chamber.
Okay, so you did that with this test ammunition?
Yes.
And that was also just another brand of 22 long rifle cartridges?
I tried to use similar. Why can't I say that now? That sounds so weird. Similar.
Simulation. Similar. Yeah, that's right.
Similar.
Okay.
Similar.
Yeah. Similar.
Ammunition to the ammunition that was in the magazine and that we had in our laboratory. We keep a reference collection of many different types and brands of ammunition.
So you get the test ammunition, you put it in the magazine.
Goes in the magazine. Well, hold the slide.
Cartridge. Does the cartridge feed into the chamber?
Yes.
And you do something with it at that point?
Yes.
What do you do?
I test fired the gun. I fired it into a bullet tank in our laboratory. It's a big metal tank full of water to stop the bullet. And I fired it 5 times into the tank.
So, just so we're clear about this, you pointed it in the tank, you pull the trigger, gun goes off.
Yes.
And does the firearm cycle through its operation?
Yes, then the firearm extracted and ejected the empty cartridge case and chambered a fresh round.
And again, for us lay people, that means that the bullet that's been fired off that first cartridge is spit out, and a new one goes into the chamber.
That's right.
You fire it again.
That's correct.
And as to the second one fire?
Second one fires and it extracts, ejects, chambers a new round. Does everything it's supposed to do.
You do this with all 5 rounds of the test ammunition?
That's correct.
Any function problems with the gun with those 5 rounds?
No.
Do you test any of the ammunition that came in with the gun?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
Well, I wanted to see if there could possibly be an ammunition problem, maybe that could be a source of malfunction. So I took 4 of the cartridges.
50% of them?
Half the cartridges that were in the magazine. I put them back into the magazine and did a similar test with those cartridges.
What happened with those tests?
Exactly the same. They all function normally.
So you pull the trigger, the gun goes off, the cartridge is ejected, a new cartridge feeds in.
Cartridge case was ejected, and new cartridge fed in.
And it fires all 4 times?
That's correct.
When you looked at the 8 bullets that came in, I'm using the layperson's terms. Using the 8 cartridges that came in. They came with the magazine that's submitted by the Modesto Police Department. Do you look at them to see if there is any defects or anything that make it dangerous for you to use it?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, that I have a worksheet for firearms that I fill out. I have a worksheet for cartridge cases or cartridges. In this case, cartridges. And I fill out that worksheet. As part of that, I observe what brand they all are, if there's anything that I noted about them.
Did you notice if there were any kind of impressions that any of those cartridges had been, with the bullet still intact, had been hit or damaged like they had been fired?
I reviewed my notes and I didn't make any observations like that. Generally, in an examination like this, I look at all the cartridges. If they are all very similar, then I describe one of them very thoroughly and say the rest were similar to that. So that's what I did in this case. They were all similar. They didn't have firing pin impressions on them, and they were all the same brand.
Firing pin impressions, what is that?
That would be an impression, a dent, maybe in any of the cartridges that show that maybe the firing pin struck the cartridge, but maybe didn't hit it hard enough to make it go off. Or maybe there was a defective cartridge. I didn't see any evidence of that.
Now with this particular gun, let me just go through this really quick. With this particular gun, that particular magazine, and that particular ammunition, if somebody had tried to fire the gun and had pulled the trigger and it just clicked, would that leave the firing pin impression you are talking about?
If there was a cartridge in the chamber, I'm assuming really the only way to make it click would be, the only click you would make would be the hammer falling. If the hammer falls, it should make an impression on the cartridge case.
Then, if you were to take that same set of circumstances that we were just talking about, and the person were to say that they then ejected that round so that the one that made it click pulled the slide back, they eject the cartridge, would that feed another bullet into the chamber?
When they released the slide again, it would feed another cartridge into the chamber.
If they then said they pulled the trigger and it clicked again, would you expect a firing pin impression on that second cartridge?
Either on the cartridge or a cartridge case. I would expect it to fire, and then it would leave an impression on the cartridge case. If there was a problem with the ammunition, it might just leave an impression on a cartridge. But either way, I would expect a firing pin impression on that cartridge.
If someone had taken it, tried to fire it, then the cartridge, for whatever reason, as they say, doesn't work. It just clicks. They eject it, they try it again, for whatever reason, it just clicks. They eject the second one, they leave the gun in that particular condition. Would the hammer be back in a kind of cocked position?
Yes, it would.
Would there be a bullet or a cartridge, as we are describing in the barrel?
There would be a cartridge in the chamber as well.
And if we start with the maximum capacity of that particular magazine being at 8, if the person ejected 2 rounds, how many cartridges would be in that particular magazine? And I know that's simple math.
That would be 6.
People have no other questions. This is the cross by Mark Garagos. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The first thing that you tested for was to see if there was any blood or tissue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what did you find?
I did not see any blood or tissue on the firearm.
The second thing in your report there that you said that you tested for was any indication as to whether it was fired, right? Correct?
That's correct.
And your conclusion?
There was no evidence that it had been fired recently.
Okay, now you said it contained trace amounts of debris in the barrel. Were you looking in the barrel?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say there's trace amounts of debris in this barrel, I got the point up here. It's hanging up. I assume you were talking about right here. Is the debris in there?
Yes, actually farther down, so you don't really see it in that note. But yes.
Right, because you can't see it because it's inside the barrel, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the debris that was in the barrel, and you said an action. What do you mean by there was debris in the barrel in action?
Well, I meant in the slide in the inside of the gun. So.
Okay, so when you say on the inside of the gun, you're talking about right here. There was not any debris on that last picture that we saw. Looking up there, is this the barrel over here?
Yep.
Okay, there is debris in this, and in the action, I assume that that refers to moving parts?
All moving parts in that area where you are pointing.
Okay, now, so there's debris in there, and it appeared to you that there wouldn't have been that debris if it hadn't recently been fired, correct?
You could have that debris in the action, but the debris in the barrel especially suggested to me it hadn't been fired recently.
Because if it had been fired, it would have cleaned the debris out.
That's right.
And now by the way, when did you receive this? I'm holding what's been stapled to it as 71. It's how you got the gun, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You put some initials on there for when you receive it.
No, I put my initials on it when I'm done looking at it. That's my seal when I'm done examining it.
What was on there when you got it?
Pretty much everything else except the initials I put on it when I got done with it.
What's the earliest date that anybody appeared who wrote something on that package?
Let's see.
I'll look on both sides too.
Okay, looking, lots of dates here. So far, January 22nd, 2003. I don't know if there is something under the tag.
Looks like an AB initials, January 15th of 03.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't sure if it was a 7 or a 1. I guess that is January 15th, 03.
Looks like this thing was first booked into evidence on January 15th of 03. One of the reasons you put these initials on there is so that you can keep a chain of custody for who's got the item and when you open it and when you close it, right?
That's correct.
So yours is on the side here.
Yes, the one that's kind of running vertically now all the way to the left side.
This?
Yes.
Okay. What's the thing here that you, what you wrote here?
That's the case number, item number.
What's in here?
That's the mark of our property controller. That's when it came to our laboratory.
Oh, so somebody books it into evidence on the 15th, and you deal with it on the 22nd. It goes to your lab.
Yes.
Okay, and you test it when?
Can I refer to my notes?
Sure, I've got them if you want to take a look, if it makes it faster.
I've got them too, so I'll take a look at mine. I personally received the evidence from the vault on the 28th of January of 2003.
Okay, now you collected various things from the pistol itself prior to testing it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the evidence that you collected, you found some hairs inside the pistol. Where were they?
Inside the action where you are pointing previously.
I got it. And then from inside the magazine, that would have been the other photo that you've already showed the jury.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, a swab of a rusty stain, the slide of the pistol. Is that up here?
Yes, let's see. Let me refer to my...
Did you do a drawing?
Actually, let's see. I'll tell you where it was when I find it here.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, I'm referring to page 9 of my notes. I'm not sure what that is in the court's numbering system.
Okay.
I'm actually referring to this picture.
Would you pull that out? Because it's a better picture than I've got. Mine is just black and white.
There you go.
Okay. These are your notes where you found things. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just walk us through this real quick. What did you find right here? It says you got LMG negative. What's that?
That's LMG stands for leukomalachite green. It's a chemical test for blood, and...
So you saw a little rusty stain there, correct?
That's correct.
You tested it, and the minus sign, it means it's negative. It wasn't blood.
That's correct.
Okay, right here, whatever LMG, which is, something stands for a presumptive test for blood, right?
That's correct.
This little discoloration I'm pointing to right here, that was a stain. That's what you're referring to. Come back negative for blood, right?
Correct.
That was also there. It was also here, where you're looking at right here.
What are you doing?
That's a close-up. It's the same close-up of that area that I'm pointing to immediately to the left.
Are you guys playing a game or something?
Oh gosh, you scared me, Lou.
No, it's just a trial reenactment, so I have to use a different voice, okay?
Yes,
I thought your mom.
Okay.
I thought
Okay.
your mom's sound changed or something.
Okay, so
Okay, so if you blew this up right here, this is what you get. This is the close-up of the stain, which is negative for blood, right? Oh my gosh, the wind has lost its place.
That's correct.
Okay, then you have got another. I assume this is the blow-up of this.
Ma, that's incorrect.
That's right. So this is right above, right below the opening there?
Yeah. No.
That's right. Or actually, On the bottom of the slide stop.
And right in this area is what you tested, right?
That's correct.
And this is also negative for blood, correct?
Yes.
If I could, I'd like to mark that, although I'll give it to you back and make a copy. Defense next in order.
All right. Defense next in order is
RR.
right. R.
Now you checked the entire gun all the way around because you were looking to see if there was any blood or tissue on this gun, correct?
That's correct.
You find absolutely no blood or tissue anywhere on this gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, one of the next things you did, if I understand you correctly, you examined the debris. You collected the hairs. You saw the swabs that we just saw, right?
That's right.
And then you got some dry patches and debris from inside that pistol. Is that correct?
That's right.
Oh, okay. Is this a worksheet that I have right here? It's does that represent the debris and everything that's inside of that pistol?
No, this is actually, that's the back of the breech face. That shows the extractor, the firing pin, and the ejector. That's different.
Do you have some kind of representation of the debris that was inside of it?
Of the barrel?
Yeah.
That would be on page 10 of my notes.
Okay. We would stipulate that the original notes can go back to him when he's done testifying.
We don't want to take his notes. We'll have them copied and we'll return them to the witness.
Okay, that's another couple of views of the gun itself, right?
That's right.
Okay, there's looking into the barrel.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said, what did you write right there? Debris in the barrel?
No, debris deeper in barrel.
That would be in here.
Yeah,
Now, debris deeper in the barrel.
that's right.
Right there. Good night, I love you.
Yes. Just kind of chunks you can see up there.
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
What?
90 pounds.
What happened?
That's your accent.
90 pounds.
Edie,
Oh.
that's Ian, how are you?
What?
And I love you.
Oh, can I love you?
No, not in your accent, Mom.
Oh, say it in my accent?
Uh-huh.
Good night, I love you.
What did you say, Mom? Say it again. Say it again.
Good night, I love you.
Good night. I love you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so where were we now? Let me see now. Hold on. Debris deep in the barrel is right. Did you say kind of trunks up here? Did you say that?
You're at right and then debris at or near.
Oh, and near the muzzle? Is that correct?
That's correct.
A different view, and it says, what is that?
Says note receiver leading.
What does that receiver leading mean?
Leading is when lead is deposited into the bore, in the bore. When you shoot lead bullets in a barrel, you do collect lead in the bore. When it gets very thick, that's referred to as leading, I guess. Leading. Or
It's like
leading, I don't-
leading. I don't know. Okay, that was one of the indications that there was no recent firing. Isn't that correct?
That's not true. That really, you could have recent firing, still have leading. It's the debris that I noted.
The debris that you noted includes small fibers, soils, dust, possible pollen, and other vegetable matter, correct?
Yes,
The two stains we talked about, and the next thing you did, you examined, after you examined the barrel, that you examined the breech and the chamber area. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and you found some more hairs, correct?
That's right.
You collected those.
Yes.
Okay, then at that point, did you clean out the barrel of that gun?
Well, I passed a dry patch through it to collect a sampling of the debris.
And when you say you passed a dry, I'm going to mark the exhibit, what I've just been talking about with these notes, as next in order, SS.
SS. Photograph marked as Exhibit SS for identification.
You say you passed the dry patch. Can we see what you did? Are you able to describe it from looking at that picture that it's sitting up there, 93A?
Yes, I think I could. What is so funny?
Because it says past a dry patch, and it sounds like something else. Okay, when you say you passed a dry patch, is that through here or through here?
What I did is we can show it better with the pistol here,
With the gun itself.
with the gun itself.
Okay.
I locked the slide back. This type of gun has this is called a slide stop. It fits into a little notch in the side, so when you pull the slide back, it'll stay there.
Well, let me ask you a question. You take that little guard out. Could you put it back, the little guard?
No, it's a zip tie like.
Okay, go ahead.
So I locked the slide back, and what I did is I put the gun on a piece of paper upside down. Then I used a cleaning rod with the cloth on it, with the cloth patch down of the inside of the barrel, and just let the patch fall off onto the paper.
All right, I've got the pointer here. We're talking about something similar. Just if we have one of...
Much smaller diameter, but very similar.
If we got something like this, what are you looking at? Is taking the cleaner, you're pushing a dry patch through like that.
Yes.
Is that correct? And that's to see if it works, actually to clean it prior to seeing if it works. Is that correct?
I'm taking some of the debris out so you can see it was cleaning it. But that's really not my intention. My intention is to collect some of the trace evidence in there. If I wanted to clean it, I would use a brush and solvent and stuff like that.
You didn't try the gun with before you after you collected the trace evidence and after you had it tested for blood and for tissue and it was negative on blood and tissue. You didn't try the gun right then and there, did you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You did the shoving of the dry patch through the prior to testing the gun. You did it prior to testing the gun, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you do anything else with the, did you do anything else prior to firing the gun, test firing the gun?
Let me refer to my note really quick, but I believe that's probably about the last thing I did. Let's see.
When you ran the dry pitch through the bore, that would be right here, this, correct? That's the bore, the inside of the barrel.
Inside of that.
Didn't that require considerable force to push it through?
Yes, it did. The first time it did.
The first time?
Yes.
So before you could test this gun, you had to run a dry patch down the bore, and it took considerable force to push the patch dry. Fair statement? Actually, your statement, isn't it?
Except for the first part, when you say I had to before I tested the gun.
Well, it says I followed this with a second dry patch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you not only jammed it through once using considerable force, then after you did it a second time, correct?
Yes, I wanted to collect as much of the stuff in there as I could.
What do you deem to be considerable force?
What I meant by that is more force than normal. With a clean bore in normal condition, it's more force than that.
Okay, so it took a little bit of effort, a little elbow grease to get this thing through there.
It's not like I had to pound it through with a hammer or anything like that. It took a little bit of force.
You used some force on it. Not only did it once, you did it the second time, correct?
I put a second patch down to the bore, yes.
And now after you did that, then you took a look and you saw what fell out of the bore, correct?
Yes, basically.
Now you would have done that by kind of holding it in this fashion, upside down.
Yes. Yeah, I guess. I looked at it briefly.
Okay, and then you collected that, right?
Yes.
The items there, no blood or tissue there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you examined, you examined the cartridges in the magazine, correct?
Yes,
And then you noticed the hairs and the fibers, right?
yes,
And now one of the things that you did is you saved whatever it was in the bore, in the paper bindle, correct?
that's correct.
Then you just folded whatever you dumped on here that was folded up so it could be tested, correct?
Yeah.
So it was preserved in case we wanted to test it later.
Okay, and after that, after you did that, it was packaged and preserved, right?
Yes, it was packaged and preserved.
Okay, so after you did all of that and you testified it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, in the summary of your conclusions that you had on this, you actually had a commentary. It said summaries and conclusions, right?
I usually do that in my notes, yeah.
There was no blood or tissue was observed on the submitted item, the pistol, correct?
Correct.
No blood or tissue on the magazine. Would that be the other item here? One right here, right?
That's correct.
Okay, no blood or tissue on that. And did you find any blood or tissue on the cartridges themselves, the cartridge cases?
No.
Okay, and you observed trace amounts of debris inside the barrel that had entered since the pistol was last fired, correct?
That's correct.
That was what we're talking about. That was packaged and preserved.
Yes.
That debris. And your other conclusion there is no evidence that this pistol was fired recently, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have a better picture of this sheet?
My page 11 of my notes.
Okay, when that came to you, did it have the zip, which you call the zip top?
Zip stay or cable tie, sometimes they are called. No, it did not.
What did it look like when it came to you?
When it came to me, it had this looks like a piece or a folded up manila envelope. It was stuck in the chamber to show that it was unloaded.
That's just a piece of paper.
That's right.
Okay, if it had a zip tie, you would have had to cut that off.
Yes.
You would have had to save that.
Usually not.
Okay, you would have made some kind of notation of it,
Yes.
and that would have been in your physical evidence examination report.
Usually not. It's usually just on my worksheet.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Redirect by Dave Harris. Mr. Welsh, just go back through this. There's a lot of debris and things that we're talking about. Is that what you described earlier in your examination, being on the exterior of the gun?
There was debris on the exterior and the interior of the gun.
And counsel was asking you about having to shove this thing through the dry patch with some force, that hair across the chamber face there. Is that going to prevent a bullet from going into the chamber?
No, it's not.
The stuff that you were talking about, we can see it right there. That is before you cleaned it, correct?
Yes.
So where the bullet goes in, other than the hair, there is debris in that area, is there?
There is some small debris. This is little tiny fibers, dust, things like that. I certainly didn't mean to suggest in my note that the gun was so dirty that it wouldn't function without being cleaned first. That was not my intention.
Let's just go through that. From what you were describing earlier in the photograph that he showed with the debris further down in the barrel and up towards the muzzle, that's the kind of business end of the gun.
Yeah, I guess. Depends. If it's pointed at you, it would be considered the business end.
So the debris that we're talking about, none of this debris interfered with how the gun would function. Isn't that correct?
In my opinion, it would not have affected the function of the gun.
So you should have been able to put the magazine in, pull the slide back, cartridge in, pull the trigger, the gun would fire based on your examination of that gun.
Yes.
People have no other questions. Recrossed by Mark Garagos. Let me just make sure I got this correct. You didn't do that through, did you?
No, because he would have destroyed the trace evidence inside the barrel.
The trace evidence didn't require considerable force to get out, did it?
The dry patch required considerable force, and that's how I got the trace evidence out.
Because something was obstructing the dry patch. That's why it required considerable force.
No.
No? Why was it easier the second time?
Well, what was probably making the patch harder to go through was the leading that was in there.
Well, do you know?
Well, there was less leading in it after the first one, and the second one went easier. That's all I can say.
And did you collect that? What part of that was collected?
That was the part of the stuff that came out in that patch, yes.
And nowhere was there blood or tissue anywhere on this gun
No,
or on the magazine.
no.
Thank you. Nothing further. Okay. Whew. Now we go to, let's see here.
Now we're at Eric Olson.
We are at, hi, thankful and grateful. We're at Eric Olson, next witness. Hi, Gail Clark.
Direct examination by David Harris.
Okay. Okay, so that was Ronald Welsh. Now we're doing Eric Olson, former Trade Corp employee. You got that?
No, I'm not there.
Okay.
Okay, I'm there. Let me just jump up for a second.
Oh,
One
boy.
second.
Are we taking a recess?
Just a quick minute.
Okay, I'll talk to the chat. Hi, Robin Lane. Hi, Lisa H. Hi, Karen Lynn. Hi, Sean Sneed.
I had a couple of the vitamin C.
Oh boy, she needs vitamin C. Hi, my full heart and hands. Hi, Anna Sweden. Hi, Jen Doe. Let me see here. Hi, Lisa Michelle. Hi, Pebbles from Texas. Thankful and grateful, Veronica. Buddy. Hi, Davita Lane. Okay, you're. Okay. Okay, so you're Eric Olson.
Okay.
Mr. Olson, I want to direct your attention back to 2002 and ask you if you became familiar with a company by the name of Trade Corp.
Yes.
And what is Trade Corp?
It's a specialized fertilizer company.
And how is it that you became familiar with Trade Corp?
I was hired by Scott Peterson as a territory sales rep.
The person that we're referring to is Scott Peterson. That's the gentleman here in court?
Yes.
And when was it that he hired you for Trade Corp?
Approximately end of June, beginning of July 2022.
2002, is that, Mr. Olson?
2002.
Now, during that time period, let's go back through this. End of June, beginning of July, was he recruiting for a position?
Yes, he was.
And did you find out about this through some particular means?
Yes, there was an ad in a trade publication put out, and I responded to it.
And after that, did you interview or meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Go through the standard kind of interview process?
Yes.
I'm assuming you were successful since you got hired.
Yes.
What became your particular assignment or capacity or duties with Trade Corp at that time?
I was territory sales rep for Southern California, Arizona, Nevada,
Can you explain to us what that means?
Yes, I went to distributors and dealers of agricultural chemicals and promoted trade course products, which were minor nutrients to be applied to agricultural crops.
Just kind of sum that up. These were like fertilizer products.
Yes, they were.
And when you started to work for Trade Corp, where was it based?
Trade Corp USA was based in Modesto.
You were saying Trade Corp USA is Trade Corp. Did it have a parent company somewhere else?
Yes, it was an international company based in Spain.
And then you said there was Trade Corp USA. That was based in Modesto?
Yes, that's correct.
When you got hired, who was primarily the only person for Trade Corp USA?
Scott Peterson.
The defendant.
Yes.
You got hired, and you get this particular regional sales kind of thing. How many employees were there for Trade Corp at that time, at that point in time?
Myself.
So you became like the first employee?
Yes.
Was the defendant's position, he was somewhat the manager of Trade Corp?
Yes.
What was it that you recall from when you started? What were his duties?
He was manager of Trade Corp USA, the whole United States. And when I was hired, we made a determination to focus on specific areas. And I was given my territory. And Scott was going to oversee the rest of the United States and the managerial duties of everything else.
But just so we all understand this process, you're saying Trade Corp USA was based in Modesto. Was there some type of business location in Modesto?
Yes.
And do you remember where that was?
Address-wise,
If you remember.
I don't know the streets it was on.
If I were to say it was Emerald, would that sound about right?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this a house, a skyscraper, or a warehouse?
No, it's an industrial complex type of building with multiple units, and Trade Corp being in one of them.
When you say multiple units,
There were other companies in the same group of buildings.
okay, now this particular building that it was in, was it somewhat of a warehouse facility?
Yes, it was a warehouse, and there was a small office of Scott's.
Again, so the jury gets a picture of this. If we were standing outside and you're facing this, you would have like a big roll-up door for the warehouse area, and for lack of a better term, kind of a people door where you go into the office area.
Yes.
And did you work out of the Modesto office, the building that we're talking about?
I personally did not work out of this building. I worked out of my home.
Did you ever have to come in and meet the defendant at this particular warehouse?
Yes.
And did you ever go to the warehouse to pick up product?
I have been to the warehouse, but not to pick up product. Yes.
When you were, just to again, trying to paint this picture here as we were, as you would go up there, did you ever go into the warehouse?
Yes.
Did you ever see if this warehouse was full or empty or however it was?
Yes.
Did it usually have product in it?
Yes.
And we're talking about product. This would be stuff, the fertilizer products that you're selling to clients.
Right. Yes. It was liquid product in 5-gallon containers on pallets, and the warehouse was full.
Was full?
Yes.
Did you get things in bigger than 5-gallon containers?
Yes. Once in a while, we got it in 330-gallon totes. There were a few of those. We also got truckloads of material, but that did not come directly to our warehouse. It went straight to the distributor or dealer.
Now, the sales region that you had, is that the Central Valley that's pretty much agricultural?
Yes.
And you would deal with individual businesses and try to get them to take Trade Corp's product?
Yes.
As part of the areas of responsibility, if you needed something, you needed an order from whatever you're talking about, these 5 gallons to the bigger totes to the bladders or whatever, who would be responsible for you maintaining these orders?
Scott.
And that continued throughout the process during the time you were working there?
Yes.
And when you first started out, did you receive training in this particular area?
Yes, limited training, but yes.
Let me kind of direct you a bit at some point. Did you go to a conference in October?
Yes.
What type of conference was that?
It was a CAPCA, CAPCA conference. It's a trade organization for pest control advisors, which I am licensed by the state as a PCA.
Is it just easier to use the acronym?
Yes.
You get certified by the state or some license from the state?
Right.
And people in this particular field or industry, they get together at this particular conference and they kind of share ideas, and it's a trade show.
Right, that's correct.
So in October of 2002, did you go to that particular conference?
Yes.
And who'd you go with?
We had me and Scott had a booth at the trade show,
And what kind of booth was that?
Trade Corps booth,
Yeah, what were you both doing at that booth?
representing Trade Corps and their products.
Now, I don't mean to make this sound like a dumb question. I'm assuming you're not passing out samples of fertilizer at the booth, are you?
No, mainly brochures and speaking with other PCAs that would recommend this to use on the fields that they take care of.
And did you know, since you are saying that you were licensed, did you know people in that field by that time in October?
Yes.
Did you know an individual by the name of David Fernandez?
Yes.
Did you run into him at the conference?
Yes.
Did you also meet a person by the name of Sean Sibley?
Yes.
At some point in time at this conference, the trade show part of it, or the booth end part of it, kind of, at the end of the day, do you end up meeting with any of those individuals that we just talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. The trade show was over for the day, and they had a Monday night gathering, and myself, Scott, Sean, and David Fernandez met up and went to dinner. This was taking place at Disneyland, and we went to dinner.
When you say it's taking place at Disneyland, was it actually in the amusement park part of Disneyland?
No, it was in the conference portion of Disneyland Hotel.
You say you went to dinner. Let's go back through that. You and the defendant go to dinner?
Myself, Scott, David Fernandez, and Sean.
At the time that you were having this particular dinner, Sean Sibley is there, David Fernandez is there, the defendant is there. Were you aware the defendant was married or not?
Yes, I was.
And was he married at the time?
Yes, he was.
Had you met his wife, Lacey Peterson?
No.
Did you know if she was pregnant?
Yes, I did.
Was she pregnant at that time in October?
Yes.
So he's married, has a pregnant wife. What happens during the dinner with the four of you?
Scott and Sean had a conversation that I believe was somewhat inappropriate for a married man. Engaged female, and I was somewhat uncomfortable with the situation. I ate dinner and left.
Go back through that. You said engaged female. Was Sean Sibley engaged at that time?
Yes, she was.
Had you been told this, or did you find that out at another point in time?
Yes, during the conversation, it was brought up many times. She was engaged to her fiance, and that was quite clear.
Now, you said there was a conversation that was taking place. Was this between the defendant and Miss Sibley?
Yes.
You said it was inappropriate. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Just the basically sexual things that were said and discussed about by the both of them. I mean, Do you want me to?
If you remember what the actual quotes were, please go on ahead.
I don't have actual quotes. I can tell you that it was,
Was the defendant saying something to Sean Sibley?
yes,
What was he saying?
mainly about sexual positions and that sort of along those lines of sexual positions and what she liked and what he liked, that sort of thing.
During the time that this conversation, or let me back up, did you know if the defendant knew Sean Sibley prior to this particular dinner?
They did not know each other before this evening and this dinner.
In fact, were they introduced together that night?
That evening, yes, prior to dinner.
And you told us that you just ate your dinner and you left.
Yes,
Moving forward in time a little bit, did you hear from Sean Sibley again?
yes, I did.
Directing your attention to around December 2nd of 2002, beginning of December, did you get a phone call from Sean Sibley?
Yes, I did.
And what was Sean Sibley asking you something?
Yes, she wanted to know from me if Scott was married. And at that point, I really, as an employee of Scott's, didn't feel that I wanted to be drug into the situation that was going on, which I wasn't sure because Sean had stated that she would like to set up Scott with one of her friends. And I told Sean that she needs to speak with Scott about this, that I wasn't going to get in the middle of his personal life.
You made this statement about Sean had said she wanted to set up Scott with one of her friends. Was that during the phone call where she called you the beginning of October, or was that during the dinner that happened back in October?
That was a phone call in the early part of December.
And when you were having this discussion with her and she's asking you if he's married, is that what you're talking about when you said you didn't want to be involved?
Yes,
Did you tell her that?
yes.
Moving forward in time again, did you continue working for Trade Corp?
No, I resigned on the 26th of December.
And was there a reason that you resigned?
Yes, I was offered another job about Thanksgiving, late November, and I went back and forth of what I should do. And I made up my mind that I gave my resignation on the 26th. I called my current employer and told them on the 23rd that I was going to go to work for them, but I didn't want to resign right before Christmas, so I waited. And unfortunately, it was right then.
Now, at some point in time, the police talked to you?
Yes,
And in the police report, it said something about promises being made, just not coming through.
right.
You took another job, but were you looking for that job?
I wasn't looking for that job. I saw that there were things that were promised to me when I was hired on, as far as training and as far as benefits that never came through, health insurance and what have you, that never developed. And that was one of my reasons for leaving, for taking my current position.
Was there another reason as well?
That was benefits, that was the main, those were a lot of things were starting to not get taken care of. At about that same time, into Thanksgiving, beginning of December, that it was becoming harder and harder for things to get done. It was an uphill battle.
Let me ask you, around what do you mean by around Thanksgiving?
Things I felt weren't getting done as on time or as far as company product coming, and it just things weren't taken care of in a business standpoint, starting in beginning of December, and it was frustrating for me.
We were talking about things weren't getting done. Product wasn't coming in. Whose responsibility is it for things that you are talking about that wasn't happening?
That would be Scott.
So Thanksgiving, beginning of December, Scott wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing with the business?
Yes,
Recess. Mr. Olson, you told us when you resigned from Trade Corp that you didn't want to do it right before Christmas. When you did resign on the 26th, how did you go about doing that?
I sent Scott an email.
Did the defendant have a particular email account that he did business on?
Yes.
Do you remember what that address was?
No, I do not.
Was it like a SLP? If I were to say it,
Yes, it was initials. Scott L, comma, Scott L. Yes, SLP. I can't recall.
the computer that you sent it to, that was his email or his computer that you were sending it to?
Yes.
Basically, you announced that you were resigning on the 26th?
Yes.
Prior to the 26th, had you been up to Modesto within just a few days or weeks before that?
Yes, on the 20th of December, myself and another employee that we had just hired on, Rob Weaver, we had a meeting with a distributor in Stockton, and we picked up Scott and went to the meeting.
Let me go through this. Rob Weaver, that's the new employee?
Yes, we hired Rob about middle of November, mid-November.
What was Mr. Weaver's position?
He was brought in to cover the coast and to help with the balance of helping Scott on the Mid-Valley and the coastal area, San Joaquin and coastal in sales of Trade Corp products.
Now you say you and Mr. Weaver went to the same location.
Yes, we drove. Myself and Rob drove from Fresno to the Trade Corp warehouse in Modesto. Then we picked Scott up and proceeded to go to a distributor dealer in Stockton.
What time did you get to the warehouse in Modesto?
Shortly after 7
Morning or evening?
in the evening.
So you arrived there. Did you actually get out of your vehicles?
Yes, we went into the office and we talked with Scott maybe 10, 15 minutes and went from there.
You say you go into the office. That's the little office we're talking about?
Yes, the little Scott's office.
Did you go into the warehouse area?
No, I did not.
Any reason why?
Not in particular. It was early in the morning and we were supposed to go to the meeting and the door was closed to the warehouse. And the other door from the office to the warehouse part was closed. And I just didn't feel I needed to go in there for any reason.
When you were there on the 20th, did you happen to notice if there was a boat in the warehouse?
No, I didn't notice if there was a boat.
Had Scott Peterson mentioned to you that he had a boat in the warehouse?
No, he did not.
Did Scott Peterson, the defendant, ever tell you that he went fishing?
At any time?
That's the judge.
At any time.
Oh,
At any time. Did he ever tell you that he went fishing?
no.
Now, the business that you were doing of selling fertilizer, is there a lot of machinery involved?
No.
Do you go out and work on farm equipment?
No, not any farming equipment. The only equipment that we had was a pump to transfer the liquid fertilizer from one tank to another. That's the only equipment, which would be a 10 horsepower engine with a transfer pump.
A transfer pump, that's something that a hose that goes into the one tank,
Yes,
then a hose out of the pump to the other tank?
yes,
And those work like a regular garden hose where you just screw them together?
yes.
Did you have to do any mechanics on that to make it work?
No,
Did you ever happen to notice if there was any concrete in the shop?
on one prior visit to the shop, to the warehouse, I did notice that there was a partial bag of concrete in the warehouse, yes.
Where in the warehouse?
It would be towards the front side or the roll-up door side of the warehouse. It was towards the roll-up door and narrower section of the warehouse. If you walked in on the roll-up doors on the side of the warehouse, not in the back.
After you had sent this email to the defendant indicating that you were resigning on the 26th, did he contact you?
Yes.
What was the first time that he contacted you?
It was approximately 4 days afterwards. Yes.
Approximately 4 days. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Prior to contacting you, had he left messages for you?
I do not believe so.
Do you remember when you talked to the police department, talking with him about leaving a phone message for you on December 26th?
You'd have to refresh my memory.
Do you remember after that particular conversation that he had left another message? Be an objection leading. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him.
He's
Judge?
about to do that.
Do you recall a second message where he asked you for your sales contacts for you to write a report?
Yes, we discussed, I recall Scott calling me and I told him, that because of the situation, that I could stay around for however long he needs me to be there because of the situation, and I would stay around. And my current employer, said it would be okay if I stayed on with Trade Corp for another couple of weeks until things got cleared up. And so that was myself and Scott discussed that shortly after I resigned. And that may be the conversation you're referring to.
Let me show you a report by the police. I'll show you the highlighted portions. Just have you read this to yourself. Bates number stamp? It would be Bates stamp 1074. Thank you. The highlighted orange portions there.
Okay, yes.
Well, hold on a second. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Shortly after I resigned, I was out of town, and he left a message on my phone, and I wanted to talk to me about my contacts of distributing dealers that I had been dealing with, and he would like me to write up a report as to the leads and the contacts and what materials they were interested in, what the opportunities were for sales.
Now that you have a chance to look at that report, let me go back and ask you a question. Have you smoked cigarettes?
Huh? What?
You sound like somebody in one of those anti-smoking commercials. But okay.
Oh, is it doing that again now?
You resigned on the 26th by sending the email. Do you remember now when it was that Scott Peterson called you for the first time?
Yes, it was the 27th.
And he called you on the 27th. Did he leave a message for you?
Yes, he did.
And that was the message you were just describing?
Yes.
Did he mention anywhere at all during that message that his wife was missing?
In that message, no.
And did you later talk to them at some point in time, in person, at any time in person?
Yes.
In fact, moving forward in time a little bit, did you get the information for him that he was asking for on the 27th?
No.
Were you, after you left, did you have some time at Trade Corp property that you had, did you have some type of Trade Corp property that you had to return?
Yes, I did.
What property was that?
Fax machines, scanner, brochures, pamphlets, label books, general office supplies.
Okay, and how did you arrange to get that stuff back to Mr. Peterson?
Myself, Scott Peterson, and Rob Weaver met in Fresno shortly after the first of the year, and we went over the contacts that he requested and business cards. And I gave Rob, I believe, some of the office supplies and fax machine, the scanner, and yes.
And this was all done down in Fresno?
Yes, it was.
And during this conversation, when you met in person down in Fresno, did the defendant talk to you about his wife being missing?
Not in depth or in great detail. He just, after our business that we talked about, Rob did ask Scott about...
Objection, hearsay.
This is in response.
Thank you.
This is in his response. Overruled. In his presence, he asked the client a question. He responded in his presence. Overruled.
He said what Weaver asked. The response was...
Yes.
Now then I withdraw.
Okay. That's the question right now.
Yes.
Mr. Weaver asked the defendant a question, and then he responded. Can you relay that conversation?
Mr. Olson. Are you okay, Mr. Olson? Do you need to use the restroom?
I just tripped it off.
Okay.
Yes.
At the end.
At the end.
At the end of the business portion of our meeting, Rob asked how were things going, and with the police and the detective and the finding Lacey. And Scott went on to talk about he was interviewed by Geraldo, and that was all that was said. He made.
Let me just, when he was mentioning that particular statement about Geraldo Rivera, you are saying it was the defendant that was saying this to both you and Weaver?
Yes.
And did he tell you that this was an on the air or an over the air kind of interview?
I believe it was on the air interview.
With Geraldo Rivera? People have no further questions. Cross-examination. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Olson. You mentioned going to the warehouse and seeing a bag of cement. Do you recall telling the police that it was a half a bag, a half-used bag of cement?
It was a partial bag.
It was a partial bag. It was partial. It was open and it was partially used. Is that correct?
At what point? Oh, yes, that's correct.
And you were in the warehouse at that point. Is that correct?
At what point?
You were in the warehouse when you saw the bag of cement.
Yes.
You were not in the office part, were you?
No.
The warehouse, that was the opportunity where you actually, you were in the warehouse. Did you see the boat there?
No, I did not.
So you were there before there was any type of a boat parked in that warehouse.
On my first visit to the warehouse, before it was the middle to the end of November, is when I saw the partial bag of concrete. Not on December 20th when we went to the meeting.
Right. In fact, you testified, I believe you actually told the police officer that you were there. The first visit, you were there around the end of November or early December. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When you told the police officer that when you said you were actually in that warehouse and you saw that half-used bag of cement, correct?
Partial bag, yes.
A partial bag. In fact, what you told the police officer was the partial bag of cement was next to a flatbed trailer, wasn't it?
Yes.
I want to take you back, take a look at that picture, the ice pick. It was on your search warrant 122702. Do you recognize that as a flatbed trailer?
Yes.
And you notice there are numerous, all over it, cement patches that look like they are dry, don't they?
Yes.
In fact, several old worn-in cement patches, like somebody's been doing cement work on that flatbed trailer.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show the jury.
Has that been marked, Mr. Harris?
It's about to be. And the partial bag of cement indicated to you that someone had most likely using cement prior to that November date when you were there. Is that correct? Is that correct? Objection. Speculation.
He can answer that.
The question?
A fact that it was a partial bag indicated to you that somebody had been using cement in that warehouse prior to your visit at the end of November, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, you just thought it was a partial bag of cement sitting there.
That's TT. Photograph of trailer marked as Exhibit TT for identification. That's a photo of what?
It's a photo of a flatbed trailer.
Flatbed trailer.
And then on 12/27.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Olson, Mr. Olson, we could talk about your employment a little bit. Before you came to work at Trade Corp, where were you employed?
Brits Fertilizer Incorporated, BRITZ.
A Brits Fertilizer. Could you just tell me, is it a large company?
Somewhat, yes.
It employs several hundred people.
Yes.
It's a national company.
No.
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
We're discussing somebody who is supposedly the prosecution is introducing as being a disgruntled employee. He went back to work for this company, and I will get the questioning. We will see why. Where is that in the testimony?
I don't know. That's his offer of proof, apparently. When you resigned from Trade Corp, did you go back to work for Brits?
I went to work for SunWest.
SunWest.
You did not go back to work for Brits Fertilizer Incorporated. I apologize then. My understanding was that you went to work for SunWest.
Yes.
Is that a large corporation?
Somewhat, yes.
How many employees do they have?
1,000?
When you were at Brits, you were a salesman, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct? Are you a salesman at SunWest?
Yes.
No. In fact...
No.
Okay. In fact, you don't much like being a salesman, do you? Did you? You didn't like being a salesman?
Yes.
You did like being a salesman.
Yes.
So, when you were at SunWest now, you're in your new job, you aren't involved in sales at all.
No.
And you didn't. At no time, no point did you tell Scott the reason you were leaving is because you really didn't prefer being a salesman. You would much rather be out of the sales business.
I don't recall.
You don't recall telling him that, okay. You testified that the end of November, if I got my dates straight around November, is when you got this offer from SunWest.
Yes.
And at that point, between then, I think you told Mr. Harris for a couple of weeks, things were a little upsetting around the company, a little disorganized, something along those lines.
Yes.
And that in essence, you wanted or you felt like at some point, things weren't getting done that you needed to get done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of those complaints, the major one of the major complaints that you had was the product was not getting shipped out of Spain where it was supposed to come from. Is that correct? And this is an ongoing problem, was it not?
It was getting worse.
It was a problem that Scott himself was having a problem with and had been consistently since you began to work for Trade Corp. You consistently complained about it, had been trying to fix it, correct?
According to Scott, yes.
Since you had been working there, according to Scott, there had been an ongoing problem, hadn't it?
No.
That he was working on? He was working on it?
Yes.
Correct. And he told you, in fact, throughout the time you were there, that he was working on this problem.
Right.
The entire time.
That's correct.
And when you say it was getting worse during that period, it was not his responsibility in terms of getting the product there. He was actually physically trying to get the product there. It wasn't due to his negligence, was it? Objection, compound, and I will restate it. It was not due to his negligence that the product wasn't coming in, was it?
I don't know. All I know is it never got there. I was his employee, and it never showed up. And that's all I was concerned about. Now, whether it was his fault or somebody in Spain, I don't know.
You didn't know whose fault it was, did you?
Well, he was the manager.
And he had told you that he had repeatedly trying to get This was an ongoing problem, and therefore he was doing everything he could, but as the manager, you felt like it was his responsibility, correct? Objection. Argumentative and compound.
Sustained.
When you were hired, you knew Scott gave you some background on Trade Corp, didn't he?
Yes.
They had told you that essentially Trade Corp was more or less, it was a startup company in the United States.
Yes.
And like all startup companies, it was starting from the ground up. There's going to be problems, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew, in fact, compared to where you're coming from, which was Brits, a large fertilizer company, you knew now coming to a company where there was only one other employee. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you took the job, you were aware that there was obviously going to be startup-type problems with this type of business, correct?
Some, yes.
And when you actually left the company, you chose to go back to another large company. Is that correct?
I mean, define large.
I believe you said the company you're with now has over several hundred employees.
Okay, yes.
And despite these problems, was it your testimony that you received the offer on this November 26th? You did not make a decision for almost 30 days to leave Trade Corp.
That's correct.
So you had to think long and hard about whether you actually wanted to leave this company.
No. I was holding out hope that Scott would come through on medical benefits. And I was giving him a chance to get things straightened out. And Christmas was coming. And it didn't happen.
He talked to you at one point about the first of the year because there was an HMO issue of the health insurance policy versus getting started the first of the year. Do you remember the conversation?
Not at all.
And now you mentioned that Scott never talked to you about fishing. Was that your testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever invite him to go fishing?
No.
Did you ever talk to him about it?
No.
You never brought it up?
No.
The trade show that you discussed in your testimony. Where was that trade show located? What city?
Anaheim.
It was not in Fresno?
No.
So if Detective Braccini wrote it in Fresno, that would be incorrect, right? Objection, relevance, and speculation. Judge?
Sustained.
I'll have you look at the report. Bates number 1064. Interview you had with Detective Braccini. And if you would take a look at the line, line right there, or you can read it. Having reviewed the report, are you telling Detective Braccini that the trade show was in Fresno?
No.
And in fact, it wasn't. It was in Anaheim. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
At this convention, I believe Mr. Harris asked you about a David Fernandez. Was that a friend of yours or somebody that you had worked with previously?
Both.
Both. Did Mr. Fernandez work at Brits?
Yes.
Brits, I'm sorry. And at the point of the trade show, I assumed you bumped into him. Did you know he was going to be there?
I knew he was going to be there.
Okay, at some point, did he sit down and tell you that he had a girl? He wanted you to meet that night.
Yes.
And did he tell you that the girl's name was Sean Sibley?
I did not know who it was.
He didn't give you the girl's name,
I don't believe so.
but he said he had a single girl that he wanted you to meet.
Yes.
So, did he invite you to dinner that night, or did he invite you to dinner that night?
No.
How did the arrangements go? Did you just meet up with her and Scott?
Give them some water.
We just met up.
So Mr. Fernandez did not introduce you to her specifically.
No, it was in a group setting.
I'm sorry.
It was in a group setting.
Okay, thank you. And you were at dinner. If I have my facts straight, you were having dinner with Mr. Fernandez, Scott, Miss Sibley, and yourself, 4 of you.
Yes, that's correct.
And is it your testimony that during dinner, strike that, is it Is it my understanding from your testimony that these at dinner, the four of you sitting there at this salesman's convention, having drinks and eating dinner, you discussed sex?
Yes.
And this seemed unusual and out of place to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Between a married man and an engaged woman? Yes.
And when you testified, you said it was a conversation between Scott and Sean, back and forth discussing
Yes.
sex. So Miss Sibley was participating with Mr. Peterson, true?
Yes.
Miss Sibley actually works for a company. Let me rephrase the question. She is with the company where Scott was actually trying to get, or Scott was looking to get to do business with that company. Is that true?
That night we had just met her. I was not aware of any business arrangements being made or having been made.
Now you learned, in fact, that Miss Sibley works for the company where the fertilizer gets researched.
Yes.
And in fact, Scott had asked her, someone of her company, to have Scott's fertilizer researched, correct?
I was not made aware of that.
Okay, you testified with Mr. Harris that you were aware, in fact, Scott was married, correct?
Yes.
And you were, in fact, aware that his wife was pregnant. Is that true?
Yes.
And in fact, you told the police officers that in your observations that Scott seemed happy about the pregnancy.
Seemed happy? Yes.
You told police officers that based on your working with him, you are talking to him, your experiences with him, that Scott seemed happy with the pregnancy.
Yes.
Shortly after you came to work for Trade Corp, you became aware that Trade Corp was in fact looking to move the location of the warehouse in Modesto to a place called American Warehouse.
Yes.
And you became aware of that in October of 2002, did you not?
Yes.
And it was Trade Corp's desire to move the warehouse to a bigger location, correct?
Yes.
And one thing I forgot, I'm sorry about the convention. The next day at the convention, you and Scott had a booth at the, when I say the next day, the day after you went out to dinner with Sean, David Fernandez, and Scott, the next day you had a booth.
We had a booth for 3 days.
Specifically, the day after, one of those 3 days was the day after the dinner.
Yes.
Do you recall Sean Sibley coming to the booth that day?
Yes.
Do you recall Sean Sibley specifically coming to the booth, trying to give Scott Peterson Amber Fry's phone number?
Repeat the question.
Do you recall Sean Sibley coming to the booth and actively trying to give Scott a phone number to an Amber Fry?
No.
You don't have any recollection of that.
No.
Do you recall her coming to the booth?
Sean?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave at that point?
I don't recall.
You have no memory of that.
Of what?
Of whether or not you left at that point.
No.
The period after the 26th of December, you resigned essentially on December 26th. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
The next time you physically saw Scott Peterson was a meeting on January 5th.
Yes.
That was at a restaurant.
Yes.
And at that meeting, you had a cell phone that belonged to Trade Corp.
Yes.
And at that meeting, you asked Scott, even though you had resigned, if you could keep that cell phone for a while.
No, I didn't ask him, but he let me keep it because I still was helping Rob in the transition.
Right.
So yes, I did keep the cell phone for several more weeks. Trade course phone after that meeting.
And as part of helping that transition, being involved in that transition, that went on for a couple of 3 weeks after you left the company, right?
Yes.
And during the entire period, both before that meeting on the 5th and 2 or 3 weeks after the 5th, you were keeping in contact somewhat with Rob Weaver and to a lesser degree with Scott Peterson.
Yes.
And part of the reason you were keeping in contact with them was because you had expenses, paychecks, things like that were owed you.
The reason why I was helping Rob to get the contacts and get everything in transition, and along with everything else that, I mean, it was to tie up loose ends. And yes, it was money owed to me, but that wasn't the reason why I still had that cell phone.
Okay, I'm sorry if I misstated that or led you to believe. That was my questioning. What I meant to get at is you stayed in contact throughout the January period in order to help with this transition?
That's correct.
And during that period, you became aware, in fact, the Modesto Police Department had seized the checkbooks of the company, all the company records. You became aware of that, correct?
Yes.
You became aware, in addition to the pressures on Mr. Peterson, he could not write paychecks to the employees such as yourself.
Yes.
Could not pay expenses to people such as yourself.
Yes.
And then he, in fact, was in a situation where his entire company was going down the tubes because the Modesto Police Department would not turn over his checkbook. Objection. Calls for speculation. You aware of that?
Sustained.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are aware, in fact, it was a problem getting a hold of checks and expenses from Trade Corp at that point, correct?
Among other things, yes.
You mentioned that at this last luncheon on the 5th that Scott did bring up his missing wife. Do you recall him bringing that up at the luncheon?
Yes.
Do you recall at the luncheon? In fact, I believe your testimony was the only thing that he mentioned was something to do with the Geraldo Rivera interview.
Yes.
Do you remember? In fact, you recall him at the luncheon that he discussed several things about the search for Lacey Peterson, including the fact that the police still suspected him?
I cannot recall that was discussed.
Okay, Rob Weaver was present at that
Yes.
meeting. He was present at that meeting, was he not? Do you, in fact, recall during that meeting the conversation dealing with the Trade Corp conference that was coming up in a few weeks?
No.
Okay, you weren't aware of any Trade Corp conference that was going to occur in Mexico at the end of January?
At that meeting?
Well, let me rephrase the question. Were you aware of a Trade Corp conference that was going to be held at the end of January in Mexico?
Not until later on in January.
I see. So you didn't know about it until after the luncheon on the 5th?
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection at all at the luncheon, that any discussion that about Scott asking you to put that meeting off?
What meeting?
The Trade Corp conference meeting that doesn't, you don't remember that at all?
No.
During the period when you were helping with the transition with Rob Weaver, did he tell you at a point that the number of Trade Corp customers would no longer meet with Scott? Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
And you to look at a report, Bates number 1113, if you would read the paragraph starting on Monday, the 6th of January, 2003. Did you have a chance to read it?
Yes.
You did an interview with a detective, Al Roccini, on Monday, January 6th, correct?
A meeting on January 6th?
You mean the detective?
No.
January 6th at 6 o'clock in the evening, did you receive a phone call from the detective, Al Roccini?
Yes.
That was one day after the meeting, the luncheon. You had with Scott Peterson, correct?
Yes.
Now, having a chance to look at your report of that meeting,
Yes.
does it refresh your recollection of what you discussed at the luncheon?
Yes.
Specifically, do you now recall that Scott Peterson talked about Lacey Peterson's disappearance and told you specifically the police were still looking at him as a prime suspect? They told you that they had seized cars, gone through his house, seized his cars and his house. He didn't know what to do.
Yes.
You told him at that point that you were resigning from Trade Corp and you were being allowed to keep the cell phone until you received a new cell phone from your next business. Is that what you told the detective?
Yes.
You were asked earlier about a phone call you received from a Sean Sibley on early part of December, in which she asked you about Scott Peterson's marital status. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall shortly after that you received a call from Scott Peterson and that Scott told you specifically, referring to Sean Sibley, I shouldn't have met her. I did something stupid. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall that was on this conversation that occurred on December 9th?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
No. Okay. Wow, what time is that? Okay, I think we'll stop there for the night. It's crazy. All right, let's see what's going on. My chat is not up to date yet. Are you okay, Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Good night, Carol. Hi, Danette. Hello, Jenny D1. Hi, Shay Shay. Shasha. Is Shay? What happened?
What's wrong with your neck, Scooter?
She was trying to get into the role. She saw that on the Brady Bunch once the guy came into court with one of those.
It's just resting it.
Giving it a break.
Yeah.
She's
I
jealous.
hear
She's
that.
jealous, Nan and Patty, of your condition.
Oh,
Gotta put my aligners in. No, hold on.
Remember I took this one,
Lisa.
when,
Lisa.
yeah, Lisa. Yeah.
Well, I need to give you my great big one to wear.
You can bejewel it with that stuff in the Dollar Tree. There's lots of stuff to bejewel it with.
I might need to. Make it pretty.
Yeah.
Put your name, spell your name out in the Patty.
Yeah. Do neck brace, Patty. Neck
Yeah.
brace, Patty.
Look good.
You're welcome. The audience is thrilled.
Hi, Ann Shaw. Pronounced Shar. And then there's Shay. Is that our old Shay Shay? Did they just lose a Shay or what before? I never got the answer to that. Deborah Van Couverden. Thanks for the reenactment. You're welcome. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I forgot about that, Sean. Maybe the name is familiar to me, but I forgot about how he met her and that they were talking about sex positions. Did you know that? Do you remember that?
No,
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
That's an odd conversation to have, isn't it?
It really is.
What does everybody think about that conversation about sex positions at a fertilizer conference?
Is Shasha Shay Shay?
No, Shasha is someone else, but then there's just Shay, and I don't know if they were Shay Shay. Mrs. Mick
knew
Jagger,
Mick Jagger.
I haven't seen you in ages, like probably 16 years at the least. Good to see you again. Where have you been? Hi, Fogarty. I haven't seen you in a while either. Hi, Maggie. See, we're learning new stuff. We're learning new stuff here.
You're welcome, Jenny D1.
He's a dirtbag, Maggie said. Messed up conversation to have, Nanette said. Shay is now Shay, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Shay was here before. You love the sex position conversation, Deborah Van Couverden? Hi, Roxy. It's not appropriate. I know, Shasha, you were in Shay. I know Shay is Shay. They were here before. Hi, Davida Lane. It's a weird conversation. Weird conversation about sex positions. Davida, I took down my Christmas tree today. One of them. I got to get the other one tomorrow. Thank you, Aunt Shaw.
Oh, Potter sent us something.
Potter?
Mm-hmm.
Did Potter come in?
She probably marked where we left off.
Where's Potter
Yeah.
been? Potter usually doesn't miss, and now Potter's been absent. Potter hates
She
everyone.
sent us something about prosecution witness number 51, David Fernandez.
She said that that's where we were.
Well, that's what she just sent it.
Well, we could never be because we never heard this.
No, she probably means this is where we'll start next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's Potter. Potter, where were you before? We counted on you and you left us in the lurch. I whispered to me, I have the lights off on your trees. That's what we had, Slam RM. We turned the light. Jimmy turns the lights off. I would have left them on. Two of them have the lights on, but I got the biggest one is, well, it's not really, yeah, the biggest one is down. All the ornaments are off. Jimmy has to carry it downstairs, and then I've got to do the other ones tomorrow. Davita's all decorated for Valentine's Day. You still have your tree up. It makes me happy, but I wonder if the neighbors are taking bets on when it'll come down. Yeah, Jimmy will shut the lights off on the one that's in the. Yeah, he just shuts it off like he's embarrassed, but it's on. But
I thought I knew Potter, but I guess I didn't.
she didn't know. We counted on you, Potter.
Yeah.
She had fallen asleep.
I'm sorry you've fallen asleep. Wow, okay.
You're allowed.
Hi, Mrs. McJagger. Carolyn, are you getting snow tonight? It's snowing. It's snowing right now. Are you getting it? They already said there's going to be no school tomorrow.
We've been getting it all since early this morning. It's been so pretty. But I don't think we have, I think it stopped now. I think. I'll have to go look again. Very little snowflakes though, super pretty. I'll be right back.
Oh, what are you so tired about? You don't go to bed this early.
Oh, yeah, I know. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Sleepy.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't know.
All right. I know, Potter. Try to do better next time. Mike doesn't seem to care. We'll see how he feels about it in May. Yeah. It's pretty May. Davita Lane. Your home tour of B-Day is lovely. A B-Day? Our home tour at B-Day?
Valentine's Day.
Oh. I would give anything to dive into the snow right now. It's so hot here. Really? It's 1 a.m. But yeah, but Scooter will text until like 6 a.m. She doesn't go to bed. It's going to be 64 here tomorrow. And then I think it's getting a cold front. Had to break for another case. Are we still reading Scott? You had to break for another case? What other case? Yes, we're finished with Scott. We just did 2 people. Tomorrow will be, well, I don't know, whenever we do it again. It might be tomorrow. I don't know. It depends on what you guys want to do. You might want to do it every other day, 2 days a week, 3 days a week. It could be a trial Monday, Wednesday trials. I don't know. We have to decide. But it's going to be prosecution witness Eric Olson. No, we did Eric Olson. It's going to be David Fernandez. So we're going to hear more about that conversation. And then after that, we're going to have a prosecution witness, Mike Al-Masri, who worked with Sean Sibley. I know that name, Sean Sibley, like crazy. So I must have heard something about this. Then Sean Sibley is going to take the stand. So those are the next 3 witnesses. And then we'll have, that's in chambers, let me see. And then Wednesday. Yeah, so the next 3 are pretty good. Then we're going to have the coroner, the sheriff's department, the woman that found Lacey's body. Yeah.
Good job, baby.
Those are really short. I was thinking the same thing, Carolyn. Seriously, don't like that. What were you thinking? The same thing? Of that you heard that name, Sean Sibley, and you just, yeah. Are you using Crime Door? No, I'm not using Crime Door app. Tracy Klaus, you're here for all of it? Okay. Yeah, I've been moving and kind of in the middle of a separation, but I'm doing really good. I miss you guys. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the separation, but I'm glad you're doing well, Mrs. McJagger. Does that mean does that mean you're going to change your name?
Yeah, you're not gonna be Mrs. McJagger anymore?
You're getting divorced from Mick Jagger? Hi, Jenny D1, Jen Doe. We're supposed to get snow later this week.
We're still getting it. I just looked.
We're going to
It's
get
still
it.
real soft.
Yeah, we're going to get it.
But ours has been going for 20 hours maybe. But ours is real light and beautiful.
Okay. No snow is white. Beautiful.
I didn't mean white.
Our snow is white too. Scooter, our snow is white too, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know why
We have
I said
snow.
that.
We have snow too, and it's beautiful.
Whoa,
You okay?
I think so.
Okay. You don't know how to do what? What would be great? You don't know how to do it? I don't know. Hi, Remy's Mimi. Carolyn, I just messaged you when you get a second. And everyone, please pray for my family. Okay, please pray for Remy Mimi's family. Oh, she wants, Mrs. McJagger wants to join Slack? Okay. Hi, Lisa H.
Yeah, I just meant that our snow is coming down real slow and soft. And it's been doing that all day. And it's still coming down. But you have to look real close to be able to see it.
You messaged me where, Robin, in Facebook? Robin, I'm having a really hard time getting. Can you just put what it is in the because it's taking me away. I can't even. My computer's being very slow. It's like I can't even get onto Facebook now. I can't even get back to the chat. Is there any way you can just put in there what's going on? Because I don't know. Careful, Scooter. You really need the neck brace. I just checked my email and I don't have anything from you. Could you just put it in here, whatever it is? Because obviously you want me to share whatever it is. That's how it snows in the Twilight Zone. How do you do all that, Caroline? Do all what, Mystic? What am I doing all? What is Scooter doing?
What?
What are you doing?
Trying to get comfy. Just trying to get comfy.
Okay. Slack, Facebook. Oh yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
So what did you do today? You took your tree down?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Both of them, or you said just one?
Just the biggest one, and then Jimmy's got to bring the actual tree down, and then tomorrow I'll do more. They're going to paint tomorrow because there's going to be no school, so he said he's going to get the painting done. We'll see how that goes.
Is that in your craft room?
In the foyer upstairs, on the upstairs hallway and stuff. Were you supposed to put the new light fixtures?
Oh, nice.
Comfy or coffee? Comfy, Potter. Scooter is laughing. What is Scooter? I don't know. You look so like you're like. It looks like you're looking out a window on a bus or something.
You're on my side now. I'm watching TV.
You're watching TV now.
Yeah. Wow, the snow coming down in Chicago looks pretty.
Sorry to be disturbing you. Hi, Kathy, here in Texas.
They're rerunning the 10 o'clock news.
Davida, I've got to finish the trees tomorrow. I have to start writing something, and among the regular stuff.
It does look strange, doesn't it?
Yes, it looks like you're on a bus. It looks like you're on a bus. Homeward bound. Oh my gosh. Will you please show us your renovations of your craft room? Yeah, if when I get some, I'm going to show you him putting in the new lights as soon as he gets that going. Remind Jimmy not to balance the pan of paint in between the legs of the ladder. I will, Jendo. Is Scooter going to the castle? She probably is. Next stop, Daniel says. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'd like. Yes, me too.
Oh, they're showing the train tracks on fire in Chicago. They do it to keep the tracks from freezing. It looks so weird.
They put them on fire? They set them on fire?
Yeah, they put the rails on fire.
With a torch?
Well, with something, because they burn. They got them burning.
Wow, that's interesting.
Isn't it? They have to when it gets so cold. Ooh, tomorrow morning it's going to be 10 below.
Oh, wow.
Well, it'll feel like that, I guess.
Scooter's on the train. Scooter's on the train.
Wind chill advisory down to minus 25 tomorrow. Oh my goodness, in Chicago anyway.
What are you doing? What are you doing tomorrow? What are you doing tomorrow, Davida? Where's Judy, J.A.? Has anybody seen her recently?
Who?
Judy, J.A. Oh, you know what I thought, Davida? It would be nice to use the Cricut and put something on here that says something. And I don't know if I'm going to do, I don't know what I want to do with this. Like, why? I think I'd want to do something Eastery, but I don't know why you would have an Easter milkshake. Scooter is scooting so fast she set the tracks on fire. Should I make Scooter some popcorn? Scooter's like, she has to have something else. You would die in minus 25, Shasha? Shar.
That's why us people in the Midwest were tough.
Oh, I wanted to show you something. I want to show you guys something. Oh, I talked to Lisa D extensively while she was doing her grocery shopping.
You did?
Yes, and she was very animated on the call, and she was telling me things, and she said, I don't even care that people are staring at me in here, because I'll do that for you, and I'll do that. And she was like, she was just really completely loud and animated.
Oh my goodness.
And then you know what she said to some guy? Some guy came by with a noisy cart, and she goes like that, here comes that guy with that noisy cart again. My gosh, what's wrong with that?
Really?
Yes. Yes. And then she goes, oh, I have to get the eggplants. I have to buy the males, right? Oh my gosh, they're almost all females. Everybody wants the males. And she was being very loud, extremely loud in the store.
She was probably really getting on people's nerves.
She said she didn't care. She didn't care. You should have heard the conversation she was having.
I want to make her some popcorn.
I know. Look at her. She's like so into it. She could care less.
No, I don't even, it's just the news. I'm just looking at the screen.
I know you are.
Oh, there goes her head. You can't even see her. I got my pillow. Well, good.
She's got her merch.
She's going to be sleeping any minute. Good night,
Mommy
Sharon Martin. Sleep out here.
Good night, Sharon Martin.
Good night, Sharon Martin.
I want to show what I got.
Good night, Sharon Martin.
Good night, Sharon Martin.
Night, Sharon.
Good night, Sharon Morton. Hold on.
And hello, Davida. Hi, Scooter.
Hello, Davida.
Hi, Davida.
Nice profile. So you're swallowing bugging you now, Patty?
A little bit.
Well, I
Yeah,
think maybe, do you think it's just because you're swollen?
probably.
Yeah.
When I was doing that voice, it wasn't hard to do tonight with that judge because I feel like I'm swallowing gravel a little bit. So
Oh.
it's like, well, this isn't hard to do. This is easy doing this voice.
What a trooper. And still she's on. God love her.
Loyal
I
Nana
mean,
Patty.
that is a trooper right there.
I know, that's why her name is Loyal Nana Patty.
Uh-huh. That's it.
I
Did you
got
make
these. No, I got these little books. This is glitter Valentine stickers, and but you can like photocopy them and decoupage them too. They're really
Oh, how
cute, but
cute.
put them on little. You can put them on those little tiny canvases. I did that. I painted the little canvases. I did one for Easter, and I love it with the Easter vintage. And then I got these old time cherubs,
Oh, how cute.
and
When did you do the Easter one?
last year.
Oh,
I love it.
cute.
I just put it away when I put my Easter decorations in October away. Otherwise, I'd show you.
So cute.
So those are them, and then let's see. Then I got these.
Oh, I like those. Really cute. So those all came today?
I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I like them a lot. Is that all different books or is that just different pages in the book?
This is there's different. Those are different books, but this is all the same book right now. This one.
Really cute.
Yeah, and then I got
Where'd you find those? Amazon?
Yep. So these were these, and then I got old time bunny stickers. These are kind of like the ones I have in the other things that I decoupage, but not exactly.
Really cute.
They're really nice for those little tiny canvases too. And
Yeah,
then,
they would be.
Scooter, they said you're
Yeah.
driving the crazy train.
Yeah.
They said you're driving the crazy train.
oh, and then there's these.
It's like you're driving.
Oh, those
You
are
like-
cute.
Yeah.
It says free coloring pages and more.
Go toot toot.
Remember Engineer Bill?
No, I remember
No,
Charlie.
what's that?
Charlie said, "Get your
Cartoon guy.
good and plenty."
Who's Engineer Bill?
He was like
So you can
Sheriff
yes,
John.
Sweet Crazy Brown, you can, and you could photocopy them to paper and decoupage that, or you could just do them like that. Yep.
Sean said Scooter's in a horror movie. Kind of like the Witch Project. I made brownies today.
So did Jimmy.
Did you see what I sent you? The picture?
Oh no, where?
You don't ever check.
Where? In Facebook?
No, yeah, Messenger.
I'll
I
try
go-
to get there.
I can't remember what I wrote now, but something like, okay, I had to do it because it's been sticking with me ever since he made those.
All right. Let me see. Oh, this is taking forever. Let me see. Davida.
Scooter, did you
Evan
get
said,
sent you?
No, the last thing I heard from you, Davida, is about a guilty free
No.
Bill Pullman.
No.
Kevin
Oh wait,
said
I
that-
see. Oh, you just sent me a picture of the box.
Yes.
Oh, okay. How are they? Good?
Yeah.
Said that you're headed to the big city of Bug Tussle by train.
Has anybody watched, it's on HBO Max, Raised by Wolves?
No, I
No?
No.
Oh, excuse me for asking.
You like that kind of stuff? Shout out to Jimmy's Brownies.
This is a happy bunch.
Oh, it's
You
on
know,
HBO
that were
Max.
raised by wolves are the two I work with at work.
Oh, how? Yeah, what were you going to tell us about the pickpockets?
Oh, yeah. Well, we got pictures sent again from another store in Laguna, and there's 5 of them that are in this ring, and they once again took a couple of wallets from a woman's purse that she left in the, where you put a baby.
Oh, yeah.
And right, and both of them, purses were open. Boop, they took them, and then they took one from a guy's back pocket. So right away they sent over pictures. So we all had to carry these pictures because they said they're no doubt going to hit your store. And if they do, they said for us just to tell the manager and to call the police, and they will come and get them.
Weird.
So yeah.
Wow. It shows.
What? What?
Wow, I'm back to ABC now.
Uh-oh.
There was a pickup truck in Chicago, I guess, that fell 70 feet.
Oh, was that in Chicago? I kept seeing off an overpass or something.
Yeah, 70
Yes.
feet. And the wife was okay.
I kept seeing the replay. I didn't know what it was because when I was talking to Lisa, it was on the news, and it was I had it on mute because I was talking to Lisa, and I kept seeing it.
Yeah, and the driver's fine.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That
So
is
you were
crazy.
talking to Lisa, so that was my next question. Where has she been?
She was at the Stop and Shop.
Stop and Shop?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well,
the name
what?
of
She's
the
there for
company.
24 hours?
She actually spent a long time in there because we had a long conversation in there. And she didn't get to the checkout until, I thought she was out of there. Normally she was there for a long time.
Gosh, what all was she getting?
I guess
Yeah,
she was.
for
I
her,
guess she was
it's
stacking up. They're going to get a storm and stuff. So she was getting a bunch of stuff. She told me she went all the way out on the south shore of Long Island or something to get this stuff.
That's
My
not like her
goodness.
day gone. I mean, shopping.
Yeah. She told the guy not too heavy on the bags.
Did she?
Yeah, I heard her. She said not too heavy now.
Well, hopefully
It
we'll
does not sound like a fun person to be in the store with at the same time shopping.
Oh, she was nice. Then she's like, okay, you know how she is at the end. Okay, honey. You
I
be
say
good now.
if I like them.
Really? I don't do the sweetie or the honey.
I do.
Yeah.
No, I don't do that either, and I hate when people do that to me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I always want to say, I don't even know you. I'm not your
I'm
honey.
not your sweetie or your honey.
I have to
Baby.
do that
Here,
to me.
baby. Here, baby. Here's your baby. You want your receipt?
I'm baby.
Not
Oh,
your
they do. They
baby.
say that too. Baby. Okay, thank you, baby. Oh, baby.
I don't say baby. I just say
You know what I thought? Oh my gosh, I got to tell you guys this. I have such a bad idea here, but it's pretty good. Listen to this. Now, see, if I say this, everybody will do this.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. You know how the producers, I wasn't even thinking of the producers when I thought it until right now, but you know how the producers, if you watch that thing, it was supposed to be a musical that would be so bad it would close down immediately? All right? That was the premise, okay? Make something so bad that it, well, today I was looking at a Dollar Tree group where they do DIYs. And this lady had all of these chargers, and they were all like stacked on each other, and it looked like she had painted the insides with this brown glittery paint, and she got it like it wasn't neatly done, okay? And she said, I just want to show you guys this to see what you think before I glue them all down.
She really did?
Wait, listen. And I looked at the bottom of the page, and it said, this post has the comments turned off due to the rude nature of the comments. So I guess, and then I looked up, and some of the people were saying, no offense, but what is that even supposed to be? But I guess there were some ruder comments in there that, but I thought, and it really looked crazy. Like, I didn't know what it was supposed to be either, okay?
Oh. Okay.
But then I thought, maybe this lady is a wise arse, and she did something crazy just to see if everybody in the group would say, oh, that looks lovely, right? So then I thought, can you imagine if you go in the group and you make something totally horrendous? Like something Scooter would do, like put her decoupage vase in there, right?
That's something why are you using me as an example?
And just say, what do you guys think? This is my first time at decoupage. I think it looks good. I used a Dollar Tree napkin on a Dollar Tree vase.
That isn't nice. That's not nice.
But wait, can you imagine if like a group like this would pick somebody different each week to do like a crazy, horrible, worst ever DIY? Just to go in the group and put it in there and see what the responses are and read them out?
Well, they would probably be nice.
But they weren't nice to this lady. Now, here's another thing I thought of, and it'll probably be copied because everything I say is, but
Thank you, Tracy Claus.
If there was another channel started, if we started another channel, and we did everything wrong, like, I mean, all of these DIYs are like horrendous, they're gaudy, or they're ugly like crazy, right? Or they're just horrendous, but we're acting like they're the greatest thing ever.
Mm-hmm. And see what people say.
Wouldn't that be fun? Right? And we were all acting like, you guys are not going to believe these 5 farmhouse DIYs that I have using Dollar Tree products. And you're going to love these. And I mean, these are high end, like you're going to want to display in your home. And then you just make horrendous stuff. I think it would be really funny, and we could all collab on a new channel like that.
Well, you're right. Now somebody's going to do it.
Yeah, they all copy everything. But wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
We would pick a different, like, yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
Unless somebody got really mean, then I got mad.
But you wouldn't be mad because you're making it ugly on purpose. But that's almost like the channel that you're saying, oh, come on, nobody would watch this. But then they'll just watch it because it's like a freaking train wreck. Like, but especially if they thought we were serious.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You know, you can't act silly, you know, and then it would be good, like, if you could do like a couple, like if you recorded a couple of it, you doing it at the same time on a Zoom, but have it recorded, and then you'd say, what are you doing, Arlene? Oh my gosh, that looks great! Right? I think that would be so much fun.
What was that lady making today with the?
I don't know, but they turned off the comments. See, everybody said in here that would be funny, like a tacky fashion show. Or, yeah, that would be fun. Yes, and funny. See? That would be so great. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, I think that would have my pants laughing. Pants laughing. You got to do it in an accent, though. Yeah, because we'd have to be different people. You couldn't be DeVita Lane, and I couldn't be Mommy Ramblings.
No.
We'd have to be different people.
Right, yeah, we would have.
Yeah, but how do you change your face?
Well, maybe we could put a wig on and not really like show ourselves a lot, show our hands mostly. You know?
Well, then I'd have to change my hands.
Well, you just take your rings off. Anything identifying,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be so much fun. I will help. Sassy Darcy would do. Oh, she'd be funny. Oh my gosh, Sassy Darcy would be a trip.
She'd be hilarious.
Yeah. I think it would be so much fun.
So what would you get?
What would you do? Like, it would be funny. You know what would be really funny? Like, say you, me, Sassy Dorsey, or like some other person, right? You have four, and you go, look, we're doing a challenge this week. We all got the same charger at Dollar Tree, and we're all gonna show you an easy DIY. And then we'll have one that's finished, and we'll say, okay, and then let's go step by step how you did it, and then. Each of us would go step by step and then show this thing that's hideous. Absolutely hideous.
Get voice changers?
Guess we could get voice changers, yeah. I think if other people did it, we could. That would be so much fun.
That would be.
Wouldn't it? Scooter wouldn't even have to try. But, sorry.
Oh, he's been really sorry. She does good guy in pain. Who's here?
Kathy Kettleson.
Oh.
I think that would be so fun. Robin, did Robin put in what she needs? Robin, Miss Grandma Mimi, please prayers for Mimi Mama's Mimi's. It's Robin's family. And Robin, I don't know what. Can you just put it in what you need? Someone would have to make tacky jewelry, and then everybody wear each other's. I think it would be really fun. Just have a whole channel like that, and just crazy stuff. And then you could go to like a recipe, like this is a snack recipe I really like. Just something gross. I don't know, but the crafts would be hysterical.
Yeah, you gotta think of
And
something
just like,
to do something.
I just take a bow, like just pick bows that don't go at all on the thing. I mean, that really look really bad, or colors that don't go at all. Be like, I'm eclectic and I love bright colors. You know, Kathy, I think you have a YouTube or something playing.
Yeah, I don't have anything playing, and I can't see you guys. I can just hear you.
Oh, did you call in on only the phone?
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, that's why. But you have to mute whatever you have playing, because it's making an echo, a feedback.
I
I just love this.
don't see. Oh, wait a minute.
I just love this. We love to put these on our doors in the South. I'll just take this ribbon. make tacky things on the cricket.
Have you heard from Lori or
Lori's Lori Ann. Yeah, she posted in Slack. I think she's over her migraine now.
Oh, she has migraines.
She had a migraine. Yeah, and
What about Crystal Gale?
Crystal Gale. Who is Crystal? Oh,
Linda.
Linda. She was on Sunday. What is up with that? Kathy's gone, and the thing is still playing.
Is it Scooters TV?
I don't know. Move to is good. She was texting in the other day.
Oh, good. Yeah, I don't know what the
What are you watching, Scooter?
Look at her.
Some lady I just found.
Sweet Crazy Brown.
Her title is How I Make the Best Pizza in How I Make the Best Pizza, My Recipe in Georgia.
My recipe in Georgia.
I'm surprised Moo isn't in here now, though, because isn't it late for her?
Well, when did she text you? The last night or the other night to say she was cracking up? Scooter, what time was that?
Oh, gosh. That was about this time, I think.
And Cupcake's still gone.
Yeah.
There's Remy's Mimi. I did type it out and explain. Okay, good. You can be like, just put these eggs together. Easy peasy. Look what you got there. Oh, that would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of
I'm
fun.
looking up right now. Bad
Craft ideas fail.
DIYs.
Or things that just come out looking weird, like, you know how they say, oh, that was unfortunate. Like that doesn't look right. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh my gosh. Worst DIY hacks ever. A tampon tree.
oh my gosh, that's
Oh my
horrible.
God.
Ew.
Ew, that's
And
horrible.
they made a little bug out of a tampon.
Ew.
Stupid. And then somebody's trying stupid life hacks. Christmas DIYs you should not try.
See, then when you get real good, you could start something like, and have like fake blood and be like, just cut this tin can in half, right? And then be like, oh my gosh, and have the blood spurting everywhere. And then the other person's like, are you okay, Davina? Oh my goodness. I'm getting woozy. Oh, that would be so much fun. Oh my gosh. And then have like this white doily all stained with blood. And be like, I'm just going to use this anyway. It looks good. It looks like red paint. And I don't have any other doilies. And I don't want to waste this. Oh my gosh.
A little blue, make it patriotic.
Yeah, that would be so much fun. Oh my gosh. Okay, Mystic, your meds are kicking in, all right.
We got a pretty day.
They sent me my one Valium for my procedure.
Your what?
My one Valium from, I guess it's Valium. It's a generic, I don't know what the heck it's called.
Oh, when are you having that?
The 18th or the 19th.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. This Valium better do something. I've never taken a Valium, but it better freaking do something.
Oh, it will, especially if you've never had one.
What's it gonna do? Like,
Make you super relaxed.
Yeah.
and I swear to you, Jimmy comes home like this with it. What is this that they called in? You got to be really careful with this stuff. People get hooked on this stuff, and they become nuts in the head. And I go, what is that? And he goes, I don't know. He says, I think it's generic for Valium. And I said, well, that's for my procedure. I said, who's going to get hooked on it? There's one pill in here. And so I'm like, what the heck, right? Okay.
Oh, you cracks me up.
That is cute.
Oh my gosh.
No, you won't get hooked on one.
He goes
It
like
just
that.
makes you relax.
Because that makes people crazy in the head. I'm telling you, they get sick on that. It's so easy to get hooked on that stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's one pill, Jimmy.
Now, are Valium like Xanax? Because I've taken Xanax a lot over the years.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know how many milligrams. Oh, I have it right here, I think.
Yeah, same milligrams.
Scooter,
Oh.
the answer is yes.
It
That's
is.
what I thought. Yeah.
It is diazepam. That sounds like a water pill.
Diazepam.
What is that? It's 5 milligrams.
Okay, that's really low, I think.
Yeah, that's a small dose.
Okay.
Did she say 5 milligrams?
One little pill. What? 5 milligrams? Yeah.
Yeah, that's not much.
It says take 1 tablet by mouth 20 minutes prior to procedure, maximum 1 daily, no refills.
Okay, well, that, at least you're going to be nice and relaxed for it. Now, they won't be able to give you pain medicine, right?
Nope, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
She can take some pain medicine, some Tylenol. It won't hurt a bit.
Yeah, I meant like prescription.
Oh, yeah. Well, if she's
Did they
got
have
it, she
it?
could take it. If she had pain medicine, she could take it, but since you don't, I might take some Tylenol.
Now, you're going to have the thyroid biopsy, right?
Yes.
And it's over real quick, right?
No, it's not. No. It's like 3 passes through each nodule, guided by ultrasound while you're awake.
That's ridiculous that they can't.
It's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous.
Yes, it is.
Do they numb it inside kind of first?
I just don't know. Like, I'm a person that has a high pain threshold, and I could barely, like, hold myself together. I was, like, there were, like, just tears coming down my eyes because I couldn't move. And I just kept thinking, how did they tell me that this was, like, okay? And I'm just like, how does anybody that's, number one, let's say a person that's scared of needles, there's people that can't even get their blood drawn without freaking the freak out. How does someone like that come in and just stay while they go through? I think they did 4 or 5 the last time. It was horrendous. I made a video about it. I have a video. You should see the video ad.
I know, it popped up in my reference.
Yeah, I look like a lunatic. I'm
Oh,
like,
wait a minute,
that
where is it?
was the,
Yeah.
it's on my channel.
Well,
I'm like,
where do I look though? I mean, what do I put in?
what does she put on? Probably thyroid biopsy or
It
something.
just popped up on mine.
I'm sitting on the couch. I look like a lunatic, okay? And I just said, like, I have a thyroid. It was the worst pain. My neck, I can't even, it still hurts. And oh my gosh, it was horrendous.
Yeah, well, okay, you're gonna have the Valium, so I promise it won't be as bad, okay? You'll feel it, but it's not gonna hurt as much.
Ugh.
And don't take it any sooner than that. Take it,
No.
20 minutes before you get there because you don't want it to start wearing off before you get there.
Yes. Just 20 minutes, when they say 20 minutes, we're gonna do this,
They come out with you like a needle this long. Here we go. We're just going to go right into your neck with this. Okay.
I'm surprised they can't numb something first.
They might numb your skin on the outside, but that's not what hurts. What hurts is when they're going into the nodule, and the nodules that they're going into are enlarged, so it usually means there's like inflammation. So they're like, so imagine like they're going in there, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
Why do they have to do it again when they did it 3 years ago?
Because I have new nodules, and one grew.
It's changed. The findings changed.
Yeah.
Why can't they just go in and just take everything? I mean, not the thyroid, but I mean everything else. You know, the nodules out, and with you being out.
The nodules are in the thyroid.
Yeah, inside the body.
Okay.
Just have them take it out.
Well, they may have to.
Yeah, I think I'd almost rather just take medication than have to deal with this every few years.
Well, you have to take medication anyway for it.
Right.
Well, I know when they did that needle biopsy on my left breast, that was horrible. But they said, we can't numb you for that because it's such a fast procedure, you know, before it could even take effect, it would be over with. That's what they told me.
But I don't remember my son Michael when they did his fine needle biopsy. He never told me it hurt. Like, I don't know. I felt so bad after I had mine, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, did he go through something? But it was terrible.
This was, I wish I could remember what it was called because it was something different. They had to take me down into the basement area where they have like nuclear medicine. And they said it was something that they would be shooting with this needle into the breast, and it was going to be buzzing, going around, moving around in the breast. And they said, yes, it is gonna, they always say, oh, it'll sting, they always make it seem like, oh, it's just a sting. And oh my gosh, that was horrible. It didn't seem like it was that quick, because of the pain. But I guess it was, but I thought I was going to scream. And I'm always a good patient, even if it's hurting, I'm going to just sit there. I'm not going to move. I'm going to do what they say. That's what I did, but I wanted to reach up and smack the doctor that did it.
Yeah.
I wanted to just choke her.
I don't blame you.
And demand. I want pain medicine. I demand it. I want to be
demand this.
So I just want to maybe I should just like flip out over there and just be like, oh my gosh, no. Hey, Sully. Thank you for becoming a deputy rambler. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just afraid that, like, right before my colonoscopy, right, when they gave me the Versed, and at first I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I think I'm getting. Then the anesthesiologist was so nice, and he goes, I'm going to get you something. And then by the time he got out, I talked to myself. I'm like, come on, Caroline, you could do this. I'm like, I don't think I need that. And then he's like, I think you do. And then he just put it in, and then I don't remember anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like, what if I, like, flip out? Like, I know that I'm a really good patient, and I know I have a really good threshold, and I know people that are not like that. So what must they be like on the freaking table like that?
I know, I've wondered that too.
They must be like, no, you're not, they'll come here with like, what the hell do you do? Then they've got to do, like, I don't know. Like, I'm just always such a good patient, like, yes, I'll stay still. Like,
And
I
they
feel
have
like
to
I'm
reschedule them because they blew the test. So whenever they do that and say no, then they reschedule them, and they usually end up giving them something like Valium. So
That's the
And you're
truth.
gonna have
But
to-
what is Valium going to do to me? That's what I don't understand.
Care. You're not gonna care as much.
Uh,
Right, Nana Patty?
Yeah, I
uh,
don't know. It depends on how wound up she is. I can fight Valium off myself.
But see, she doesn't, she's never had
I
it.
fought Demerol off.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I won't take Demerol anymore.
yeah. So you gotta work with the Valium and let it relax you.
Yeah, it's just something you gotta do. You gotta do it. You gotta just take it and, relax as best you can.
You don't think there's anything else they could give her, Nana Patty?
No, not without going into like an operating room. I mean, that's the most that they'll do is like a pill. Nothing that I can think of.
Diazepam will relax you.
I mean, if they had the capability, they could do it IV, which some places do have that capability, but some places don't.
But what about him? Like, oh, okay, whatever you want to do. Like, is that good? It's gonna be like, like, I mean, am I not gonna be like, oh my gosh, like, I don't know.
You'll probably be some relaxed, but I don't think you'll be like, okay, do whatever you want to me. I don't think you'll be like that.
Yeah.
But you'll be nice and relaxed,
Yeah.
But you don't have as many this time, right?
The nurse told me they're going to do 2, but there's more than that. So I don't know, like, if this one's going to pull a sneaky thing and then do more.
No, they're probably just gonna do 2.
Yeah.
And the more you talk about it, the worse you're gonna feel. You're gonna just, just setting in your mind, that's what I have to do. They're gonna give me the stuff to, I'm gonna have a Valium to help you relaxed. And it won't hurt as bad.
Punch him if they cause me pain.
Well, I had a nose surgery once with Valium.
What?
Yeah.
Surgery?
No way.
Yeah, it was in the office. It was a surgery. And they went in and actually cut some things and did some work inside my nose with just Valium.
Why?
I don't know, because supposedly the recovery was better for you to do it that way.
Oh,
And I told that doctor, I said, I'll never do that again, ever.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh, no.
Ever.
Oh. Mm-mm.
You won't cut on me like that with just Valium.
Oh,
No.
Lord. Oh. Oh. I'm weak. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know how you did it.
me either. And I won't do it again.
Oh, I don't blame you. I mean, if recovery's a little bit longer, so be it. I'm not going to go through that.
Yeah.
It's too bad they couldn't give you nitrous even. Like they do at the dentist.
But she has to be
Jimmy
still.
Charlie,
And the nitrous might interfere with being still.
I think it would also be different, like, if it was not in your neck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think... Because you can't even, like... I don't know.
It's just tender there at your neck. It's just real tender.
Like, if it wasn't in your neck, maybe, like, you could look at your phone or something, or... get something to get your mind off it. It's just like you have nothing to do, but they're like, have the sonogram thing on your neck, and you keep seeing the needle going in and out of your neck.
Yeah.
And then they're talking to each other. And there's nothing to
Yeah.
drown that out.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys ever had Hercules candies?
Maybe have you tried hypnosis?
Maybe
I'm a,
worth it.
I am actually a a clinical hypnotherapist. I have my license in that, but yeah.
I've never heard of it either. It just popped up.
What?
Hercules candies.
No.
What did you say you're licensed in, Carolyn?
Licensed clinical hypnotherapist.
Hypnotherapist?
Yes. Why?
You hypnotize people?
Well, I have my license to do it, yeah.
Well, how the heck do you do it?
There's, I had to go through,
Davina,
yeah.
how in the heck do you think all of us are here?
And they thought it was the Kool-Aid. How silly.
Oh my gosh, she's hypnotizing us.
We've already been hypnotized.
You've already been. I do it.
That was a good one, Scooter. I have to. How the heck do you think we've been here, Davina?
Hypnotize yourself.
Yeah. Can you do that to yourself?
Show me how to do it and I'll do it.
We'll do it for you.
No, I don't think, I mean, there's some things you could try, maybe on the Valium, I don't know, but like I'm too stressed, and then I can't have anybody with me either.
Dave's done self-hypnosis.
He has?
I worked on it and he really did. Not joking. He actually had his arm.
Do that.
He actually had what?
He has done self-hypnosis.
And what?
And he actually did it. He learned how to do it.
Right.
From some books. He would lay on the bed and he was doing one of the exercises.
Right.
And your arm will move up in the air. And
Yeah.
You don't know. No. Yeah, he was able to do that.
Okay, but why was he doing it?
He was just interested in it.
Oh, was he wasn't trying to do it for any type of reason?
No, just, well, I don't know. It was before we met. He's told me about it. He was just, interested in it.
So tell me, how do you do it, Carolyn? How do you hypnotize?
See, everybody thinks hypnosis is that you're going to go into this trance-like thing. You're not going to, and you're going to act like whatever, act like a, it doesn't work that way. It's just, it's a state of deep relaxation that you go into. Right. And it's somebody's voice, okay? And they said I had a really good voice for it when I did all my practicals. Mm-hmm. They liked them. So, and when you go to school for it, you're learning all about that, and you're learning about the thought process. And one of my teachers kept saying that there's certain thoughts you can think, like when another person's right there with you, and if you're in a fight with somebody, but then you start thinking about a certain thing that they won't even fight back with you, or so. Like some of the stuff is a little bit out there. But yeah, like, she would talk about this one that said, like, when her father came out of surgery, like there's all different degrees of it. You can say, wow, you look so good, Dad. Your color's coming back. Your breathing as well. Like, so she said, like, as she was doing this, it was happening to him because she was like bringing it about for him, right? Uh-huh. So then if you're trying to, there's all kinds of stuff, they're like scripts you go through. If there's to stop smoking, or if it's weight loss, or if it's deep relaxation, and there's all kinds of things you can do. And, from either getting the person into a really relaxed state, and then have them, standing on a beach and feel the sun, and the sun is starting at the top of your head, and you take them through the whole thing down to the soul, down each thing, and you take them down each, down to your ears, and you feel it on your ears, and now it's cascading down your neck into your shoulders, and it feels so good and so warm, and like that.
I remember when I was kind of learning about it years ago, reading about it, I know they said that, you know, how like when you're driving home from work and you get home and you try to think about the ride, you don't even remember really how you got there.
Right.
Oh yeah, all the time. All the time that happens to me.
That's actually, so, you know, that's a form of it right there, they said. Right?
Times.
That's a form of self, you know, a light form of it.
Mm-hmm.
You made it all the way home on this drive and you really don't know how you did it, or, you know, you don't really remember it. And that's just a hypnotic state.
Well, also, I mean, even it's not just like there. We had a priest in our church when my friend passed away of cancer at the age of 41, and he went at her funeral. He said there was this one thing that she really loved, and what it was, it is a form of it's hypnosis that he would have her close her eyes, and you know she'd be in a field and the sun would be shining and she would see Jesus, and then that, you know, like she would feel it, the exact kind of thing, but you know, she would feel it, you know, when she touched his hand, she could feel this warmth going down her body, and it would go down her whole body. And it was, so there's a lot of, you know, things that can do it. You can do it any way you want, but.
Right.
But it's too hard for you to do for yourself because you're too nervous about it.
Well, I mean, I could lay back and think of the,
feature.
you know, the beach and the sun, like whatever. But it could be a little hard with them talking all the time.
Right.
Because they're like, yeah, you know, they're sitting there like, oh, well, I need another needle over here. We need to get the go. You know, it's like, it's kind of, it doesn't let you get into that state.
Yeah.
It's not conducive to that.
You believe people can hypnotize people where you see it like on TV where it gets them into such a state where they do things.
It doesn't happen like that. That's what people like. That was one of the scariest things when I started this, because I kept saying, what if you're in a session with someone and like, because I thought, yeah, they'd have to be like gone, but that's not what it is. And then once you find that out, it's just a state of deep relaxation. And then if it is smoking, once you get them in that state, when you get them all the way through that, and then if it's like, say, stop smoking, whatever the things you have that you go through those, and you know about the thoughts like about the cigarettes or whatever it is, or if it's, you know, and there's all sorts of things you say at that point. And so yeah, but it's all about getting into that. First you have to get into that deep state of relaxation.
Oh.
Hello.
Who's this?
Hi, it's Skipper. It's Beth.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. I just wanted to, and Carolyn, I'm sorry if you're getting tired and you want to go. I'll try and make this brief. But I wanted to tell you about my horrendous, absolutely horrible experience with a hypnotist.
Okay.
So what happened was, I worked for a company and they had this medical fair every year. And what it was they set up, like, if you wanted to donate blood, they had the blood service come so you could donate. They had free flu shots. They had massage therapists there. They had all kinds of people. And so what I did was I got our medical handbook and contacted different providers that were in our medical handbook so that employees could come and talk to actual providers who were part of our plan already. And one of the things I realized that our medical plan covered was hypnosis. So I contacted this hypnosis center and asked if they would want to participate.
Mm-hmm.
And they said absolutely. So they sent this hypnotherapist out. I was an older gentleman, and everybody was kind of like shying away from going, but I could tell they were interested. So me being the person who put this whole medical fair thing together, I decided I would volunteer so that People could see it's nothing to be afraid about. So this guy, I go over and I said, I see there are some people, curious, but maybe concerned about participating. So I'm going to volunteer. Can you hypnotize me? He says, sure, sit down. So I sit down and other people now start coming over to watch. And I'm like, okay, this is good. So he starts talking, and it was like you said, he was saying, different things about relaxation and stuff like that. And I was like, okay. And I'm thinking to myself, this is nothing. What am I going to do? Because I feel absolutely nothing. And I was terrified that I was going to fail at this.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, all of a sudden, he says, now open your eyes. And my eyes, it was like they were glued shut. I could not, for the life of me, open my eyes.
Wow.
And my heart started pounding. I'm like, oh, my Lord. He's got me now. So then he proceeds to show people the kind of control, so to speak, he had over me. And he's lifting up my arm and letting it drop gently, being gentle about it. Well, then this is so terrible. He grabs the skin on the back of my hand and he pulls it up and lets it go, like pinching me.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I could not respond. Couldn't talk, could not open my eyes still. Well, then to prove his point, he grabs the skin on the back of my hand again, and this time he's twisting it and turning it. And oh my gosh, it hurt so bad. And I was powerless to do anything about it.
Did you
And it
drink
hurt
anything
so bad.
before this? Did he give you anything to drink or anything?
No, nothing. And so he does some talking and he brings me back out of it. And when I was finally able to talk again, he was like, and see, she didn't react at all. You didn't feel anything, did you? And I started to say, well yeah, I could feel it. And he kind of interrupted me and he was like, so it wasn't that bad, right? And I'm thinking, this guy is trying to tell women they could go through labor with hypnosis. And I was like, oh my gosh, no. And one of the people who was pregnant happened to be my boss's daughter. And so she came to me the next day, and I actually had a bruise on the back of my hand where he had, that's how hard he had twisted the skin on the back of my hand. And it hurt so bad. And I told her, do not take him seriously. Maybe it's just him, maybe it's just me, but that hurt so bad. And I showed her the bruise. And I said, I just want you to know, maybe again, it's just me. You can go talk to him. So about 3 weeks go by, and I get a call at the office, and it's the hypnotherapist guy. And I said, hi, how are you? Thank you so much for participating in our medical fair. And he says, well, I wanted to let you know that I always donate one hypnotherapy session a year pro bono as like a holiday Christmas gift. It was around Christmas time. And he said, and I'd love for you to be able to help you. Is there something you want to be hypnotized for? And I said, well, I was a smoker at the time, and I said, I'd love to be hypnotized to learn how to stop smoking. He said, okay, great, we'll set that up. So I said, okay, no problem. Well, I get a call at home from him because he had asked for my information to be able to pass it on to his assistant or receptionist, whatever, administrative assistant. And I gave him my home phone number so she could contact me to set up the appointment. Well, he calls me at home and he starts telling me how, he's going to help me and we'll get this all set up. And I said, okay, well, that's great. And then he says, well, I really need to keep this on the QT because if anybody in the practice found out about this, they really would frown upon it because it's not bringing in any money. And he said, I would, I want to do this for you. It's something I'm doing. It doesn't involve the practice. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, and you can't tell anybody. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, of course, if it got back to the practice, somebody accidentally says something, we can't. And I'm like, okay. I was like, well, my husband will be bringing me. And he was like, well, don't tell your husband what's going on. And I was like, well, I'm going to tell my husband so that he knows, because obviously I'm going to be quitting smoking. He's going to know why. And he says, well, just tell him it's about something else. Don't tell him you're coming here. And I was like, but he'll be driving me. And he says, well, can't you drive yourself? And at this point, I just was getting so freaked out by this guy. I was like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. And I thought, there is no way on this earth I'm ever going to let that man touch me again.
Yeah.
And so the receptionist or administrative assistant calls to set up the appointment. And I said, well, thank you very kindly. I appreciate his generosity. However, I will not be able to do this. He should give this to somebody else. And she said, oh, okay, I'll let him know. I said, thank you very much. The next week, I get a call from the same receptionist saying, just calling to confirm your appointment on such and such a day at such and such a time. And I said, I did not schedule an appointment with you. I do not have an appointment with you, and I will not be coming in.
Wow.
So, yeah, fine, because I was like, am I going to have to block them from calling my house? It just, the whole experience was horrible.
Yeah.
And painful and creepy. And so I just, I hesitate, Carolyn, when somebody tells you about the hypnotherapy for pain during your procedure. For me, it didn't work. You know your body and you know the situation better than anybody. But for me, it didn't work. And that's what I had to tell my boss's daughter, because she was really considering doing a hypnobirth. And I said, for me, I can tell you it was extremely painful and I was powerless to do anything about it. Do you have any idea of why, like, my body reacted like that?
Well, that's something, I mean, you've never been taught to ever do that to, like, anyone's skin, or even to, like, just go grab their arms or anything. There's no need to ever do that to anyone. Like, we've never touched anyone.
And I guess it was because there were people watching, and it was like a demonstration. All I was doing, and nobody else did it after me. That's the thing, is I did this so that other people would feel comfortable, maybe trying it to see if it was something they would want to look. It was covered under our insurance for criminal's sake.
Did you ever check if he was did you ever look at his name and see if he's really a clinical hypnotherapist?
He was part of the practice, yeah. He was part of the practice.
I know, because, like, a lot of the stuff, like, why would it have to be on the QT, and why, like, all of this stuff sounds all really weird.
Yeah, and to call me, and I don't know if maybe he wasn't expecting me to react the way I reacted when he did those things to me. Like grabbing the skin on the back of my hands and stuff. Now, like I said, I don't know what could have happened if I had gone into his office, because I could not open my eyes when he told me to open my eyes. I couldn't even talk. And I was just completely powerless. So if I had gone to his office and he had done something, and to tell me, I couldn't tell my husband.
That sounds really bizarre.
Yeah,
you're sure you sure he didn't have you drink a glass of water or anything?
Nothing. We had food there. Like, we had a separate refreshment center, but it was like in the employee break room. It was not anywhere near where they were. And I had been running around like crazy, getting vendors set up and telling people where to set up their table. And the massage therapist person had to be in a certain room, where it had to be dark and quiet, away from the hustle and bustle. So I was running around like crazy. So I hadn't even had time to eat. But no, he didn't give me anything.
Yeah, because I don't even know anybody that would attempt that, like in a busy kind of like trade show kind of place. Like you have to be, the lights just relaxed, and you can't have a lot of outside stimulation. So it seems a weird place to have even tried it with people. Even the idea for you of people watching you could make you totally not be able to calm down. Like I wouldn't be able to get into a relaxed state if I knew people were watching me.
Maybe it was just, an overwhelming desire to make sure that I didn't disappoint my boss, to make sure that the employees saw this was nothing to be, maybe it was just my desire to do a good job because I'm a people pleaser at heart. That maybe that was what it was, just, in my heart, I wanted everything to look good and be right. And it just, ew.
Yeah. It sounds.
And that was so many years ago. I mean, probably 17 years ago, 16, 17 years ago. And I still remember it. When people started talking about hypnotherapy, I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and Carolyn, I'm sure what you do is so much better, or what you can do is so much better.
Yeah, we were never taught to do anything like that.
But can you imagine being like completely helpless and feeling he's like twisting the skin on the back of my hand, and it hurts so bad.
No.
And I could not do anything, and I couldn't tell why my body was reacting. I was like, what did this man do to me? Because the whole time he's talking, remember, I'm thinking, what a farce this is. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? It's going to look like a complete failure. And so in my mind, the whole time he's talking, I'm thinking, this isn't going to work.
Right.
And then the next thing he says is, open your eyes. And my eyes, it was like they were glued shut. I was like, oh no, what now? And I couldn't, oh my gosh. So I don't know if my reaction that night was what made him think he could get away with doing something in the office.
Yeah, but that's a stage show, Slim, and that's for effects.
Yeah.
So, no, Slim Moran is saying something about the stage acts, where they bark like a dog and do all that stuff. That's all like magic. Like it's not
right. Right. And there is obviously something within me that made that happen. I mean, maybe it was just an overwhelming, like I said, the willingness to do a good job and make everybody look good, make everybody happy, make them look like this is nothing to be worried about. But then after that happened and nobody, approached him after that, I was like, oh my God.
My sister had a weird chiropractor like that once. Like, I don't know what he did, but she said it was like the weird. I don't think she went back there. Like, he took a bottle of something, and he's like, "Oh, there's so many impurities and stuff in your system, and now try to push this away or something." And like, she couldn't push the bite. I forget. It was just like a whole bunch of weird things that were going on, and he was telling her that was all because her body. And then he was trying to sell her these supplements, and he was trying to. But she was like, I couldn't push away whatever he said. And he said that's because it was just, he did some like really weird stuff. And I don't think she ever went back there.
Well, my cousin had a similar experience with a quote unquote supplement. And it was given to her by a chiropractor. But what the chiropractor told her was one of the reasons she was in so much pain, she had fibromyalgia, but he told her that she had parasites in her body. And he said, if you take these supplements, they will come out of your body. You'll physically see them. And so sure enough, she started taking these supplements. And she said she's going to the bathroom and wiping, and there's things coming out of her.
No.
She said, in all honesty, she became like a quote unquote poster child for this supplement. And she said, to be honest with you, it's a lifesaver because these are coming out of me. And I was like, no. She's like, yeah, no, it's working. They're coming out. And I said, what is in that tablet? How do you know that what is in that tablet isn't what's putting them in your body?
Yeah.
Right.
And she said, well, I never thought of that. I was like, stop taking them. For crying out loud. Don't be so gullible. You have fibromyalgia. That's why you're in pain. It has nothing to do with parasites. But yeah, she was like all happy and like, oh, they've got my picture up in the office and da 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 da. And I was like, anything for attention, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I won't keep you because I know you're probably getting tired, Carolyn. I just had to share my
Yeah,
horrible,
no, thanks. It was fun hearing
my
it.
horrible hypnotherapy.
Oh my gosh.
And everybody be careful out there.
Yeah,
Who
definitely.
you let do things to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. All
Talk to
right.
you later. Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Scooter fell asleep, right?
Did she?
I think she did on the bus. I'm going to go and take a massage in my chair, and then I'm going to go to bed. But it was fun, and see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for coming in, and thank you to the moderators. Thank you guys for coming up, and talk to you guys tomorrow. God bless. Prayers. Love you guys. All right. Let me get us out of here. Bye. Bye. Love you.